The power of death and the power of life surged in the ancestral land of origin. Other avenues were suppressed, but the avenue of immortality was not. The power of death enveloped the entire legion, providing powerful support for every attack of the undead legion. The force of life enveloped them and turned into armor, enhancing the defense of the undead army. Although there were only 100 opponents, Lin Moyu still tried his best. No one knew how powerful this creature born from the essence of the sun and the moon was. Hundreds of billions of undead legions are ready for battle. The undead flame burned fiercely, and skeleton kings appeared one after another. With the appearance of the skeleton kings, the combat power of the undead army increased again. Just before the two sides came into contact, Moyu's heart moved. Original magic, strong soldiers. The original magic that had not been used for many years was suddenly activated at this moment. The original magic is not affected by the Great Tao and is still very powerful. Affected by the powerful soldiers, the attack power of the undead legion rose sharply. In this state, the undead legion could completely surround and kill the powerful men in the 9th realm of Dao Zun. Once you are surrounded by them, there is no way to escape. When the 10 origin spells were activated, tens of thousands of sun and moon origins in the void vibrated at the same time. Thousands of rays of light instantly focused on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was surprised to find that his own original magic did not consume any soul power. These sun and moon origins provided sufficient power for his own original magic. How so? Lin Moyu was very surprised. This had never happened before. If the sun and moon origins can provide support for one's own origin spells, then why didn't this happen in the origin continent? On the forehead, the Taiyin talisman appeared again, shining brightly, madly absorbing the power of the Taiyin origin in the void. These forces resonate with the original magic, and the original magic does not use any soul power at all, which means there is no consumption. In this case, Lin Moyu's mind moved, and another original magic technique was activated. Original magic, focus. His strength increased dramatically, and the Great Tao was suppressed and could not be used. But he could clearly feel that his power was sublimating. Even without using the power of the Great Tao, one can still exert a power far beyond one's own capabilities. In the blink of an eye, his power has reached its peak, the limit of the 9th realm of Dao Zun. One more step forward is the Dao realm. As for the pseudo-Dao realm, if it weren't for the Dao restrictions of the origin continent, he wouldn't even consider this realm. Now, he is in the ancestral land of origin, and the avenue of the origin continent cannot restrict him. Lin Moyu felt that he still had some strength left and could push forward one more time. Perhaps I can experience the Dao realm. With a ruthless heart, he rushed upwards again. There was a loud bang, and the body did not move at all. It did not rush into the Dao realm, and the attack failed. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. Failed? It seems that the Dao realm is not that simple. It is not just a breakthrough in strength. After reaching the Dao realm, one's strength will increase substantially, but the increase in strength cannot allow one to enter the heavenly Dao realm. Moreover, he is still a living being of the origin continent. Some things still have to be done according to the rules of the origin continent and are difficult to change. The undead army fought against hundreds of living creatures that rushed over. The battle became intense from the beginning, and both sides fought extremely fiercely. The power of these creatures is beyond imagination. As soon as they came into contact, the undead legion suffered huge losses. However, the undead legion was not afraid at all. They just fought regardless of whether they could win or not. Thousands of legion commanders commanded the battle, and the entire legion quickly completed the encirclement and divided the battlefield. Lin Moyu watched the battle and found that his magic and talent were still effective here. After the death of the undead legion, they can still be resurrected through the undead spirit. Then your new talents will also be effective. These creatures born from the origins of the sun and the moon have extremely strong vitality, and the corrosive effect of the power of death on them is extremely limited. Moreover, they only appear to be at the 9th level of Dao Zun, not even close to being a pseudo-Dao, but the combat power they display is much greater than that of the 9th level of Dao Zun. Their attacks contain an extremely powerful 5th origin. There are two kinds of original power, one comes from the sun, and the other comes from the moon. The two original powers are almost two extremes, but no matter which one, they are incredibly strong. The origins of tens of thousands of suns and moons became the source of power for these creatures. Their power was endless and inexhaustible. The two sides were in a stalemate and neither could do anything about it. The origin of the sun, the origin of the moon, the origin of the ancestral land, the origin of the magic, the origin of the continent, the origin of the spiritual vein. Everything is inseparable from the origin. What kind of mystery does the word origin contain? Lin Moyu murmured to himself. He felt that the real secret of the origin ancestral land was hidden in the 2nd level of origin. His mind was thinking rapidly, and gradually, he began to understand some of the meanings of the word origin. If I'm not mistaken, the sun origin and moon origin on the origin continent should have come from the origin ancestral land. Everything on the origin continent begins with the origin of the sun and the moon. The origin ancestral land is called the ancestral land because of this reason. The sun origin and the moon origin, their power gave birth to the origin spiritual veins, gave birth to the creatures on the origin continent, gave birth to thousands of great ways, and at the same time, they also gave birth to their own creatures. I see. So that's how it is. This area is the entrance to the ancestral land of origin. The purpose of its existence is to let those who enter understand the origins of the various worlds. All worlds, their starting point, is here. Lin Moyu realized a lot at this moment. His eyes fell on the sun origin. There were a large number of sun and moon origins here, each one was exactly the same, and each one was different from the ones on the origin continent. It seemed as if he wanted to see through the origins of the sun and the moon. He wanted to get what he wanted from these origins. He had forgotten the time and no longer cared about the battlefield. All his attention was focused on the two origins. In his view, the two origins are both independent and inseparable and interdependent. If either one is missing, it is impossible to give birth to life. This is very similar to the way of immortality, just like the power of life and death. There is death only when there is life, and there is life only when there is death. All kinds of insights grew in Lin Moyu's heart. Based on the immortal path and relying on his own understanding of life and death, yin and yang, Lin Moyu began to comprehend the sun and the moon and wanted to pursue the beginning of things. It is extremely difficult to do this, even those at the Dao realm find it difficult to achieve. But when Lin Moyu was in the Dao Zun realm, he had already started to come into contact with these things. For some reason, an inexplicable sense of familiarity emerged again, as if I had seen the rune before. Lin Moyu felt as if she had seen these things somewhere before, as if she had known them before, but she had found them again now. As his understanding deepened, a second rune appeared above his eyebrows. Next to the Taim rune, the second rune slowly took shape. The Taim rune flashed with cold light, but the second rune was extremely hot. The second rune continuously absorbed the power of the sun's origin, making itself more and more complete. This is the Sun Talisman. Lin Moyu is not only the son of the moon, but also the son of the sun. After the Sun Talisman was fully formed, Lin Moyu still did not move. He was still comprehending the two origins of the sun and the moon. Becoming the son of the sun and the moon is only the first step in everything. There is still a long way to go. What he wants now is to take another step forward after this first step. This step is extremely important and it affects the future. Lin Moyu knew that what he was doing now had never been done before in the history of the origin continent. He had no predecessors to follow and could only explore on his own. Following what I have learned, I grope forward step by step in the darkness. His understanding of the origins of the sun and the moon continued to deepen. A huge amount of power was absorbed, and the two runes between his eyebrows became brighter and brighter. The light flowed like running water, covering Lin Moyu's entire body. The two original forces of the sun and the moon are independent of each other, but also integrated with each other, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. Under the leadership of Lin Moyu's thoughts, they gradually formed a whole. But at this moment, they seemed to have hit a bottleneck, unable to go any further, and were still a little short of what Lin Moyu wanted. Lin Moyu's mind was as clear as a mirror, and she knew what she should do in the next second. He suddenly charged into the battlefield, and the undead army quickly made way for him, giving an original creature to Lin Moyu. This original creature has 18 tentacles, each of which is wrapped with lightning and has flames burning inside the lightning. It comes from a certain solar origin, and the fundamental attribute of all power is the solar origin. The best way to deal with this kind of creature is to use the Tyene origin calendar. Lin Moyu used the origin of Tyene, and with the powerful force brought by the gathering of force, he killed the original creature. A tentacle turned into lightning and came towards him. Lin Moyu did not dodge but punched out. The boxing style he used was still the boxing style of Julie Tianzuan in the big world. The point of boxing is not novelty but practicality. Lin Moyu had studied this set of boxing techniques countless times. Through it, he could multiply the strength of his whole body. In the void, a giant fist emerged, and the negative energy of the original creatures was broken as soon as it touched it. Then he threw several punches, breaking most of the 18 tentacles. The powerful original creature was defeated step by step when facing Lin Moyu and had no power to resist. With the blessing of dual origin magic, hundreds of billions of undead legions, and tens of thousands of yin and yang origins, all of them became Lin Moyu's assistants. At this moment, although Lin Moyu was still at the 9th level of Dao Zun, he already possessed combat power that surpassed that of the 9th level of Dao Zun. Lin Moyu ignored the attacks of the original creatures. All attacks that fell on him would eventually be shared by the hundreds of billions of undead legions. Lin Moyu didn't have to worry about his own defense at all. For the original spirit, this is a completely unequal battle. If it had wisdom, it would definitely yell, "You are cheating." Punch after punch was thrown, the void roared continuously, and the original creatures were beaten to pieces. Under the shining of the sun's essence, its body would be quickly repaired once it was damaged, but now its repair speed is far less than Lin Moyu's destruction speed. A few minutes later, this strange-looking original creature was finally completely defeated by Lin Moyu. With a loud bang, the original power of the sun exploded and lasted for several seconds before dissipating. After it died, a piece of white crystal was left behind. The crystal was like a shrunken version of the sun's origin, shining brightly in the void. Lin Moyu held the crystal in his hand and felt the power within it, which was the pure power of the sun. With a thought, the sun symbol on the center of the eyebrow sparkled, and the power in the crystal was quickly absorbed, making the sun symbol even brighter. The previous bottleneck seems to have loosened. Lin Moyu knew that what he was doing was right. He swept his eyes across the void and quickly locked onto the next target. It was an original creature that looked like a crab, had 4 pairs of claws, and was huge in size. The undead army could only surround it, but could not cause any harm to it. Every attack it makes can cause heavy casualties to the spirit army. On it, the light of the origin of the moon is reflected. The first original creature killed was the origin of the sun. The second thing to be killed belongs to the origin of Tyene, so as to maintain the balance of the original forces of yin and yang. Lin Moyu rushed over and fought with the opponent. He punched like rain, smashing forward madly. It had been many years since he had tasted such a flesh-and-flesh fight. Lin Moyu became more and more excited as the fight went on. Under his reckless and indiscriminate attack, this original creature belonging to Tyene was smashed to death alive. The essence of Tyene's origin left behind after death was also quickly absorbed by Lin Moyu. The power of the sun and the moon has increased a little, and they are one step closer to breaking through the bottleneck. Lin Moyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and quickly locked onto the next target and killed him. Killing one after another, these original creatures could not stop Lin Moyu's attack at all. The origin crystals they left behind after their death were all absorbed by Lin Moyu without any waste. One yang and one yin, Lin Mo always maintained a balance between yin and yang. The original power of yin and yang turned into flowing water, completely enveloping Lin Moyu, soaking into his body and seeping into his soul. Finally, when Lin Moyu killed 100 original creatures, the bottleneck that had been bothering him for a long time was suddenly broken. The soul world shook violently, and two balls of light suddenly emerged. In Lin Moyu's soul world, the sun origin and the moon origin appeared at the same time. No one has ever been able to incorporate the two major origins of the sun and the moon into his own spiritual world. Lin Moyu didn't know if it existed in other worlds, at least not in the origin continent. Just as the two origins appeared, infinite fusion suddenly spewed out chaotic energy, enveloping the two origins. When Lin Moyu's soul saw this scene, it moved its mind and helped, infinite fusion, to pull the two origins of the sun and the moon together for easy fusion. He believed that infinite fusion would not act recklessly. Since it chose to merge the two origins, there must be a reason for it. Infinite fusion continuously spewed out chaotic mist, and the two origins in the mist collided with each other, Zhao Qian's, but there was no incompatibility. Then it took out the big pot again, put the two origins into the pot, and started stir-frying. The fusion process was obviously not smooth, and the iron pot kept vibrating. It was not easy to fuse two completely different original forces together. Lin Moyu enveloped the iron pot with his soul power and combined with infinite fusion to help it complete the fusion. Infinite fusion continuously spray mist, increase the firepower, and stir-fry continuously. Until the iron pot calmed down, a new origin flew out of the pot. XTX. Lin Moyu was stunned when she saw the new origin flying out. This new origin has already taken the shape of Tai Chi, with two yin and yang fish connected head to tail, with you and me and you. Lin Moyu thought about his own path to immortality, and it was actually the same situation. Could it be that this is the ultimate form of the origin? Then does my immortal path also have a corresponding origin? Lin Moyu learned a lot from the origin of the sun and the moon. Many things that he couldn't understand before, he now understood them all at once. Especially when seeing the origin of yin and yang that was like the Tai Chi diagram, combined with the steel world that I had seen in a wonder in the big world. He realized that there were also cultivators in the world where he lived in his previous life, and the cultivators there had reached an extremely high level. At least, it had reached a very high level. Because I didn't have access to the world of practitioners in that life, I couldn't make an accurate judgment. But Lin Moyu remembered some words he had seen before. Tao gives birth to one, one gives birth to two, two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. Lin Moyu's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he murmured to himself, everything in the world has its source, and this source is called Tao. Tao gave rise to the heaven and earth, and gave birth to one, which can be called the origin, the source of all living things. One becomes two, two becomes yin and yang become spirits, and they give rise to all living things in the world. Lin Moyu's eyes became brighter and brighter. The origin of yin and yang in the soul world emitted a faint light. The faint light shone on the soul, and the soul was like bathing in the warm current of hot springs. Then there was a slight sound, like glass breaking, and the soul was sublimated at this moment. The level of the soul was raised again, from the 8th level innate soul to the 7th level innate soul. The origin of yin and yang is like the sun and the moon, it is just one star but has the functions of both, bringing vitality to the soul world. The advancement of his soul level allowed Lin Moyu to further understand the Tao. It was like a positive cycle. The more he understood, the higher his soul level became. The higher his soul level became, the more he understood. With a thought, the light of the origin of yin and yang spread from the soul world to the big world and the hell of bones. The big world, the soul world, and the skeleton hell are all located in Lin Moyu's rule world. Lin Moyu divided his own world of rules into 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower layers, which simultaneously house 3 different worlds. The topmost layer is the big world. It used to be the world of Sea of Boundaries. Even earlier, it was the world of origin. If it was even earlier, Lin Moyu was not sure. Today, there are countless creatures living in the big world, and the power these creatures need to cultivate, the power of various resources, and the foundation of the existence of the big world all come from the origin continent. The origins of the sun and the moon and the origin continent, plus thousands of great ways, penetrate into the big world, bringing vitality and strength to the big world. However, in the process of infiltration, these forces changed, became missing, and gradually became the laws of the big world. The laws are easier to comprehend, allowing practitioners in the big world to climb up step by step, but ultimately they also restrict the Baba practitioners in the big world. If they want to gain greater power and climb higher mountains, they must leave the big world and enter the origin continent. This is the path of cultivation in the big world. As the big world gradually evolves, the power entering the big world from the original continent becomes more and more perfect, because the laws in the world are evolving towards the Great Way. But this evolution still has its limits, and the big world will never be able to reach the level of the origin continent. It is impossible for practitioners in the big world to reach the level of practitioners in the origin continent. This would be the case even if Lin Moyu upgraded the big world to the 9th level, or even higher. This is its natural shackles, it has been locked there. If you want to change this situation, you have to remove the shackles. The only way to remove the shackles is to let the big world have its own way, its own origin. Now, the opportunity has come. The emergence of the origin of yin and yang gives the world infinite possibilities. The source of the origin continent is the origin of the moon and the sun. It is because of them that the origin continent can evolve the heaven and earth and give birth to thousands of great ways. The origin of the sun and the moon is the second of the origin continent. 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 is the myriad avenues of the universe. In the previous world, the 3 here does not mean 3, but means thousands and millions. Now, the world also has a source. When the light of the origin of yin and yang fell into the big world, and into the core of the big world, the core of the big world suddenly vibrated violently. In an instant, the whole world was shaking and rumbling. In the starry universe, every planet is vibrating slightly. Countless people felt the shock, and expressions of horror appeared on their faces. It's time. Lin Moyu suddenly had an idea and realized that it was time to promote the big world. He took out all the world gems and fed them to the core of the world in one breath. At the same time, he guided the original power of yin and yang into it. Then he threw hundreds of original spirit veins that he had refined before into the world. The entire world began to enter an unprecedented transformation. At the same time, billions of living beings in the big world heard Lin Moyu's voice. I am the master of the world. Today, this world will undergo a transformation and sublimation. All cultivators, please be patient and wait. There is no need to panic. In the big world, countless monks saluted towards the sky at the same time, obey the law. This transformation of the great world is not just an evolution from the 8th order world to the 1st order world. Instead, it evolved from a world that needed to rely on external forces to a self-sufficient world. With the existence of the yin-yang origin, the big world has every chance to become a world like the origin continent, or even surpass the origin continent. The origin of yin and yang can make the world evolve its own avenue, no longer relying on the origin continent, and the practitioners in the world can also become masters, or even become a great avenue realm. The Taoist master appears. Of course, all this will take a long time. The origin continent has evolved for countless years, and the big world still has a long way to go to catch up with it, but at least there is a chance. The big world began to evolve. Lin Moyu withdrew his mind from the world and looked towards the Hell of Bones. The light of the origin of yin and yang also shines on the skeleton hell. The skeleton hell seems to be affected by the origin of yin and yang and has undergone some changes. However, compared with the advancement of the soul level and the transformation of the big world, its changes are much smaller and can even be ignored. Lin Moyu knew that this was because the skeleton hell was not complete yet, and this incomplete skeleton hell had already reached the peak that it could reach at present, and it was difficult to go any further. Lin Moyu couldn't ask for too much in this regard. The harvest this time was already too great, so great that it was unimaginable. The origin of yin and yang is probably something that all the practitioners in the origin continent cannot even think of. I may be the first person in the origin continent from ancient times to the present. Lin Moyu regained consciousness and saw tens of thousands of sun and moon origins again. It was like an epiphany. Looking back now, these solar and lunar origins were completely different in Lin Moyu's eyes. He has understood part of the meaning of the ancestral land. The origins of the sun and the moon here are the most primitive and are meant for people to understand. Including the original spiritual veins and these original creatures, they are all resources for those who have gained enlightenment. Unfortunately, over countless years, not many people have been able to comprehend it. He couldn't care less about what others did, but at least he understood it, and that was enough. A powerful aura of origin emanated from his body, and he whispered, "Stop it." At this voice, the undead army stopped their attack, and all the original creatures also stopped, looking at Lin Moyu one by one, with fear in their eyes. The original creatures had fear in their eyes and did not dare to approach Lin Moyu, let alone take action. One gives birth to two. The origin of the sun and the origin of the moon are two. Before they appear, there is one. The so-called one may be the origin of yin and yang. Lin Moyu now carries the origin of yin and yang. To these original creatures, Lin Moyu is three. Lin Moyu's existence was at a higher level than theirs, so when they saw Lin Moyu, they would naturally feel awe and dare not act rashly. Lin Moyu was very satisfied with the situation before her. After chuckling, she turned and walked into the door. It was not until a while after Lin Moyu entered that these original creatures started to move again and rushed into the portal one after another. After all the living beings entered, the portal disappeared, and this world belonging to the origin of the sun and the moon became quiet again. As the lights interweave, new spiritual veins begin to emerge. After a not too long, not too short teleportation, Moyu finally stepped onto the ground. Looking around, I saw endless wilderness. In the sky, many galaxies are hanging in the sky. These galaxies are extremely bright, and each exudes a different power. All kinds of power are so pure and powerful that they turn into waterfalls falling to the earth. Looking around, countless waterfalls are like the Milky Way falling from the sky, hanging between heaven and earth. This is not the Milky Way, but a series of avenues. These great ways are extremely primitive, extremely pure, and extremely powerful. They are not completely the same as the avenues of the origin continent, but at least 90% of them are connected. If you can comprehend these great principles, after returning to the origin continent, you can also quickly comprehend the great principles of the origin continent. No wonder, those who came back from the ancestral land, although their memories were disordered, their cultivation level improved a lot. If you comprehend the great Tao here, you can transform it into cultivation after returning to the origin continent. This has nothing to do with confused memories, nor is it like going crazy like a few people. It is just that this memory is missing, and it will not affect the great truth that is understood. The power of the origins of tens of thousands of suns and moons also affected this area, and countless avenues in the sky were formed in this way. Compared to others, Lin Moyu saw the essence of things and saw why the Tao came about, instead of trying to comprehend the Tao immediately. He is not in a hurry to comprehend the great truth, he would rather figure out where the great truth comes from. I already know what the origin of the ancestral land is that can improve my cultivation, but where does the danger come from? Every time there is an ancestral land, many people die there. Why do they die? So far, he has not encountered any danger, neither in the void just now nor in the wilderness where the great Tao fell to the sky now. But he knew that danger must exist, otherwise it would be impossible for people to die in there every time. Lin Moyu walked on the land, passing through the avenue and waterfalls, but did not go in. He knew many avenues, but there were also many avenues he did not know. But none of this matters. After walking for a while, he suddenly saw a small ball similar to a bubble floating in the air 20 meters high. This small ball was somewhat dreamy, emitting light outwards and illuminating an area of more than 10 meters in radius. In the light, there were many strange scenes, and Lin Moyu seemed to see another strange world. This world is illusory and hazy, completely different from what we see in daily life. It is an independent world. This is the origin realm. Lin Moyu immediately understood that the bubble-like ball in front of him was the origin realm. After observing the surroundings and making sure there was no danger, Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and sucked it away. The origin realm remained motionless. Lin Moyu wanted to fly over, but couldn't. Not only is flying prohibited here, even your feet are prohibited from leaving the ground, and you are not allowed to use force to suck them down. There is an invisible and powerful force that restricts this area and establishes independent rules. But the most surprising thing is that after entering this area covered by countless avenues, his own cultivation realm is no longer suppressed and his cultivation has been restored. All I can say is that the power that makes the rules here is too strong. Lin Moyu carefully observed this origin world, thinking about how to obtain it. At the edge of this origin realm, there is a road hanging down. Lin Moyu observed carefully and found that the road and the origin realm are interconnected. The two seem to be separated, but in fact there is a force connecting the two as one. In other words, if you want to get the origin realm, you must start from the avenue waterfall. This avenue is the avenue of fire, and I have never comprehended it. Lin Moyu was thinking in his heart how to obtain the origin realm through the great Tao. Although the origin realm is not very useful to me, it is not completely useless. The origin realm is connected to the great Tao, so if you want to obtain the origin realm, you should start with the great Tao. I can't fly here, I can't even jump, my strength is restricted, and even my vision seems to be affected. Lin Moyu thought about it, then stepped into the avenue. Flames flowed in the avenue, but the flames were not strong enough for Lin Moyu. Standing in the avenue, bathing in flames, layers of insights came over me. Lin Moyu had not thought about comprehending the great principles of fire, but in the great principles, he did not need to actively comprehend them, they would be directly instilled into him. He only needs to passively accept it, and he will comprehend the great truth very quickly. As he gained a deeper understanding of the great Tao, Lin Moyu felt his body lighten and his feet left the ground. So that's how it is. Lin Moyu suddenly understood that by entering the avenue and comprehending the avenue, he could break through the restrictions of the rules and make himself fly. In that case, Lin Moyu didn't mind understanding a little more about the great Tao, as long as he didn't have to practice it in the future. 0. He casually accepted this fire road, his body slowly rising into the air, and when he reached a distance of 20 meters, he was already level with the origin realm. I saw the power connected to the origin realm, just like a thin line, floating in the air. He reached out and grabbed the thin line, and in a few seconds he pulled the origin realm back. The origin realm was in hand, like a rubber ball, light and weightless. In the origin realm, there is a flame burning, which means that this world is a world related to fire. Lin Moyu put away the origin realm and severed the connection with this avenue. The whole person fell down instantly and landed heavily on the ground. Here, only by being in the Tao and understanding the Tao can you fly. Normally you are not allowed to leave the ground at all. Lin Moyu didn't mind. He had already found the corresponding method, so next, he could gain more origin realm. As for the great way of fire that he had just comprehended, he had long forgotten about it. If it is the origin avenue, then it is still possible to try it out, but if it is an ordinary avenue, Moyu doesn't even care about it. It seems that Antares once entered the origin ancestral land and gained some benefits from it, so he can understand many great laws. Although none of them can be considered proficient, at least he knows how to do it. Previously, I thought that Antares had spent countless years comprehending these principles out of boredom. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. Instead, he has comprehended some great principles in his ancestral land, but they are all very shallow and he just uses them for fun. Lin Moyu continued to move forward, looking for the origin world and also looking for his own great path. Compared with the numerous avenues, the number of origin realms is much smaller. I have walked hundreds of avenues, but I have only seen the origin realm once. The avenues we have seen so far are all remote ones and are not very common. Lin Moyu could usually recognize the common avenues, but he could not recognize some obscure avenues. There are too many avenues. It is said that there are 3,000 avenues, but in fact there are more than 3,000, even more than 30,000. It's just that most of the great ways are too biased. Although they have evolved, no one practices them. Just like the Curse Avenue, it can be divided into many guards. The Poison Avenue also belongs to the category of Cursed Avenue, but the Poison Avenue can evolve into hundreds of branches. One original avenue can evolve into hundreds or thousands of branches. There are so many original great ways and so many branches evolved from them that it is simply inexhaustible. Lin Moyu had never thought about understanding these great principles. It was impossible for her to understand them all. However, where the danger to the ancestral land comes from remains unknown. After walking for a long time, I finally saw another origin world. This time, the location of the origin realm is higher, at 300 meters, and the origin realm is also larger than the previous one, which means that this origin realm is stronger and has a better foundation. Although the origin realm is eventually placed in the realm C and cultivated from the first level, the better the foundation of the origin realm, the higher the upper limit and the greater its price. The origin realm floats in the air, evolving the world, just like an advertisement, attracting visitors, for fear that nothing else can see it. The world in which it evolved is a world of ice and snow, which looks extremely cold. Lin Moyu recognized the avenue connected to this origin world. It was called the Ice Avenue. The Avenue of Ice is not the original avenue, it evolved from the Avenue of Water. The Great Way of Water belongs to the Great Way of Origin and can be classified as one of the Great Ways of the 5 elements. According to this calculation, the Ice Avenue is also a relatively powerful avenue. In the Origin continent, there are many people who practice the Ice Avenue. Among those who came in this time, there were several who were practicing the Way of Ice. The Ice Avenue was carrying cold air, which turned into ice and snow and fell down. Lin Moyu watched from afar. What he was looking at was not the Ice Avenue itself, but the interior of the Ice Avenue. Inside the Ice Avenue, 2 people were fighting fiercely, and both sides were trying to kill each other. At the bottom of the Ice Avenue, a Taoist master had turned into a corpse. His body was frozen into ice and remained here forever. Lin Moyu seemed to be thinking, could it be that the source of danger in the origin ancestral land is the cultivators themselves? Practitioners of the same avenue are fighting each other for the chance to seize the origin realm. If that's the case, it makes sense. Lin Moyu was not completely sure of his guess. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, it might not be the whole story. Perhaps this is just one source of danger. There is at least one more danger, which is that it will confuse people's memories. Moreover, the status of the 2 Dao masters made Lin Moyu feel strange. The difference in cultivation between the 2 people in the Great Dao was not that big. Normally, it would be difficult to determine the life and death, and it was very likely that both sides would suffer losses. But in the ancestral land of origin, no one wants to get hurt easily, and no one knows what they will face next. But these 2 were already fighting desperately and didn't care about anything else. Would the Taoist be so irrational? Lin Moyu felt something was not right. He watched quietly for a while, but couldn't see any clues. There is a road between us, so some things cannot be seen clearly. After Lin Moyu thought about it, he also stepped into the avenue. He had never comprehended the Great Way of Ice, but it didn't matter. Amidst the ice and snow, his comprehension of the Great Way of Ice was rapidly increasing. He also would not practice the Great Way of Ice. Now he just used it as a stepping stone. He wanted to see clearly the status of the 2 people above. Lin Moyu gradually rose higher and higher, and in the blink of an eye he was over 100 meters high. Looking through the wind and snow, I finally saw the situation of the two people clearly. The two men's eyes were cold, and there was a layer of mist in their gazes, and behind the layer was a murderous light area filled with murderous intent. The way they looked at each other was as if they were looking at a mortal enemy, and if they didn't kill the other, they would be the ones to die. It's indeed not right. Lin Moyu's heart moved, confirming his guess. An invisible force affected the rationality of both parties, causing them to regard each other as mortal enemies. Suddenly, they both turned their heads and looked over at the same time. For fierce lights fell on him, and two people attacked him at the same time. Lin Moyu realized that because of his appearance, they regarded him as a common enemy, and the two of them attacked together to kill him first. Both of them are at the fifth realm of Dao Zun, neither too strong nor too weak. In the Ice Avenue, their realms are one realm higher, and they can exert the combat power of the sixth realm of Dao Zun. But in front of Lin Moyu, it's nothing. Lin Moyu knew very well that if the two men were rational, they would not attack him, but now, they both regarded him as an enemy. Then let's take a look at what's going on. Lin Moyu's mind moved and he punched out with two punches. Qi and blood roared, and the great power swept out with tremendous force. With two bangs, the two Dao Masters had no power to resist and were killed instantly. As the flesh and blood fell, a ball of immortal flame popped out from Lin Moyu, which fell to the ground along with the flesh and blood and exploded. Including the body of the Taoist priest who died earlier, all were enveloped by the immortal flame. Origin-level magic, resurrection of the dead. The flesh and blood and the soul were reorganized, but Lin Moyu did not pay attention to them. Instead, he continued to accept the Ice Avenue and slowly rose to the height of the Origin Realm. He stretched out his hand and took the Origin Realm in his hand. The Origin Realm is icy at first, a little heavier than the previous Origin Realm, and a little larger in size, but there is no other difference. After closing the Origin Realm, Lin Moyu severed his connection with the Ice Avenue and fell to the ground with a bang, stepping heavily on the ground. At this time, the three Dao Masters had been resurrected and were kneeling respectfully in front of him. Lin Moyu asked them to leave the Ice Avenue first and asked in a low voice, "Tell me, what happened just now?" "You go first." The Taoist priest named by Lin Moyu whispered, "What I saw just now was a huge ice monster, and I was locked up. If I don't kill it, I can't get out." Lin Moyu nodded and pointed at another person. "Tell me what you want to say." The man whispered, "I also saw an ice monster." The situations of the three people were basically the same. After they entered the Ice Avenue, the 0.2 they saw was not a cultivator of the same Dao Master, but an ice and snow monster. And they were all trapped somewhere and couldn't leave without killing the ice monster. It is precisely because of this that they fight so hard. When Lin Moyu appeared, they saw a more powerful monster, and they realized at the same time that if they didn't kill this more powerful monster, they would both die. This feeling was very strange, dominating their thoughts and causing them to attack Lin Moyu at the same time. The same thing happened to the other Taoist who was killed. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, confuse the soul, create illusions, and affect thinking. It seems that this ancestral land is far more dangerous than it appears. Suddenly, Lin Moyu looked up, his eyes passed through thousands of avenues and saw the deepest part of the void. An incomparably huge soul flame was jumping slowly there. This soul flame is the largest and strongest one Lin Moyu has ever seen in his life, bar none. Even the Dao realm cannot compare with it. As for whether the old man in green robe can compare with it, it is hard to say, as I have not seen the soul flame of the old man in green robe. The soul flame was beating slowly and powerfully there, and the other party seemed to be sleeping and had not woken up. Every time it beats, a spark will burst out, turning into an invisible force that sweeps across the world. Lin Moyu groaned, his eyes suddenly turned black, and the eye of the undead suddenly collapsed. What a terrifying existence! Lin Moyu was horrified. The other party didn't wake up at all. Just a casual soul fluctuation destroyed his undead eye and even made his soul tremble. It seems understandable that there is such a terrifying existence in the ancestral land of origin. There are thousands of great ways and countless origins here. If there were no powerful beings stationed here, perhaps those Tao masters would have already set their sights on the ancestral land of origin. Lin Moyu couldn't take a second look at this kind of person. If she woke him up, she would die without knowing how. After learning about the dangers of the avenue from the 3 Tao masters, Lin Moyu continued to move forward. The bodies of the 3 Tao masters who had just been resurrected shattered on the spot, and they truly died. Lin Moyu gave up on them. Such people were of no use to him and were not even qualified to be resurrected. To resurrect them, Lin Moyu just wanted to ask a few questions. After asking, they would lose their value. Lin Moyu continued walking, looking for his own path. At the same time, the first origin realm obtained appeared in his hand. The fire of burning the world ignited and engulfed the world. This world, which has not yet had time to grow, is slowly shrinking in the fire that is burning the world. It is being refined. Lin Moyu is refining the entire world with the fire of burning the world. A moment later, this original world completely collapsed, and the entire world turned into a world crystal. This world crystal is not powerful. After all, the origin realm is only at the first level, and the world crystal refined from it is not that big. Therefore, Lin Moyu did not continue to refine the second origin realm. It would be too wasteful to just refine it to obtain the world crystal. After a brief thought, he came up with a solution, but this method could only be used after he returned to the origin continent. He was not in a hurry and wanted to collect enough origin realm first. Lin Moyu walked among thousands of avenues, searching for the origin world. There are countless avenues, and I don't know how long I walked before I collected several origin realms. At the same time, he also met several Tao masters, but they were all corpses. These Tao masters all died in their respective paths, and their bodies and Taos disappeared. Lin Moyu resurrected them using the resurrection of the dead and asked about the situation at that time. The answers were surprisingly consistent. These people entered into the great Tao that they had comprehended and thought that they could comprehend a deeper great Tao. Unexpectedly, the people who came in with me turned into monsters. So they began to fight with the monsters they saw, fighting for their own lives until they died. I asked more than a dozen people, and they all gave almost the same answer. But among these dozen answers, Lin Moyu discovered something wrong with one person's answer. That person was practicing the way of the dirty land. The avenue of filthy earth is an ordinary avenue. Above it is the thick earth, and above that is the avenue of earth. There are very few people who practice the great way of the filthy earth. They can be counted on one hand on the origin continent. It seems that he is the only one who came in this time. He finally found his own dirty road and thought he could practice well. It was indeed the case at the beginning. He had already ascended to a height of 1 meter. The power of the Tao continued to fall upon him, transforming into his understanding of the Tao. He himself is at the 5th realm of Dao Zun, and he is confident that after this trip, he will be able to break through to the 6th realm of Dao Zun, and even have a chance to become a 7th realm ancestor in a short period of time. However, just when he rose to a certain level, he suddenly saw an enemy. According to him, the enemy he saw was a black earth giant who fell from the sky and engaged in a fierce battle with him. As a result, he was defeated and killed by the black earth giant. What made Lin Moyu realize that something was wrong was that the enemy he saw fell from the sky, not came up from heaven. This means that in addition to the illusory enemies that each of them sees, there are dangers hidden in the avenue. It's not that simple. There are dangers hidden in the avenue. But not every avenue is dangerous, otherwise the casualty rate wouldn't be so low. It seems that luck is still very important. Luck can often determine life and death. Through the bits of information he got, Lin Moyu continued to analyze the ancestral land of origin and the dangers he might encounter there. He was already used to this kind of thing. Ever since he started practicing, entering each dungeon and secret realm, he had analyzed it countless times, and it had almost become an instinct. The more thorough the analysis, the higher the security. Lin Moyu is not afraid of death, but he also cherishes his life. Strange, I have passed so many avenues but have not seen even one avenue of origin. Not only did we not find the origin avenue, we also did not see the illusory avenue. Where did these avenues go? What I practiced was the great Tao of origin, but after searching for many days, I didn't see a single great Tao of origin. Especially the immortal path, Lin Moyu really wanted to know why his immortal path was not suppressed and why it was different from other paths. There must be a reason. In addition, he had a vague guess that in the soul void, some avenues were effective, while some were useless, and perhaps the answer could be found here. Lin Moyu continued walking. After who knows how many days, he collected more than a dozen origin realms. When collecting the origin realms, he gained some understanding of more than a dozen different avenues. He 597 is like Antares now, knowing a little bit about everything, which is quite interesting to think about. The colorful flame avenue that I realized was also very beautiful when it came to setting off fireworks. For so many days, he did not use the skeleton god to explore the way. The situation in the ancestral land of origin was different from the secret realms he had entered before, especially the existence in the depths of the void, which made Lin Moyu extremely wary. So he did not use the skeleton general, but just searched by himself, trying not to attract the attention of that existence. After walking for many days, Lin Moyu gradually discovered some patterns. Although these avenues appear chaotic, they actually have some rules. Every 10 or 20 weak avenues, there will always be a slightly stronger avenue. If this happens once or twice, it's normal, but if it happens every time, then something is wrong. As Lin Moyu walked, he formed a map of the locations of these avenues in his mind. Gradually, he discovered that this picture formed a corner of a talisman. It was the magic talisman. Even though it was only a corner of it, Lin Moyu felt that he was not mistaken. All the great ways actually formed a corner of the divine talisman. Lin Moyu continued walking, and at the same time began to verify his own guess and reverse the talisman. By reverse deduction, we can get the approximate outline of the talisman and then analyze the location of the next avenue. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and the world became clearer in his mind. Lin Moyu couldn't think of anyone who could draw a divine talisman from thousands of great ways. If no one does it, then it will just happen naturally, which is obviously unlikely. So who is doing this? And why is he doing this? The higher the realm, the wider the world you come into contact with, and the more and greater secrets you will discover. Lin Moyu didn't want to think about these secrets because he knew that he couldn't get the answers at the moment. Just think of it as you did it. Lin Moyu glanced at the sky. The terrifying existence hidden in the depths of the void directly threw the problem at it. Don't think about why, just think about what is happening now. These great ways are combined together in the mind to form a corner of the talisman, and then pushed backwards. The avenue can also be divided into multiple levels. The weakest level belongs to the edge of the divine talisman and is very far away from the center of the divine formation. Afterwards, every turning point and every node of the talisman will be supported by a slightly stronger avenue. The changes in the strength of the great Tao form different lines of divine symbols. Talismans require high-quality, high-grade materials. The higher the grade of the materials, the greater the benefit to the talisman. For the same talisman, the effects can differ several times if it is made of 5th-order origin crystals or 9th-order origin crystals. If some better Tao realm materials could be used, the effect difference could be further improved. Now, this unknown existence directly uses the great Tao as material. To what extent can the power of this talisman be harnessed? Just being able to fuse the power of the Tao with different attributes together and have them exist in harmony is something that is impossible with human power. Lin Moyu continued to move forward, observing and reversing the talisman at the same time, deriving a more complete talisman from a corner of it. This kind of reverse stacking is very difficult and not something that ordinary people can do, and Mou has no confidence in it at all. But he had a feeling that he should be able to do it, at least in part. He had an innate familiarity with the runes. This feeling was very strange, but it existed and had been there since he first came into contact with the runes. Gradually, he pushed out part of God. Lin Moyu discovered another problem. These avenues in the sky, forming the divine symbols, are only the surface. The talisman is three-dimensional. The more powerful the talisman is, the more complex its structure is. A talisman can be divided into dozens or even hundreds of layers from the outside to the inside, and the real core of this talisman in the ancestral land of origin lies underground. The power of thousands of great ways fell into the earth and intertwined underground. This is the true core of the divine core. Lin Moyu's thoughts suddenly became clear, and he suddenly understood, this piece of land is actually the divine symbol, and I am standing on the divine symbol right now. He finally realized where he was. He was actually standing on the divine talisman. After realizing this, Lin Moyu shook her head slightly, a little helpless. I can't push it anymore. The complexity and high level of this talisman were beyond his ability. He realized that he could not deduce the complete talisman at all. Although he was unable to deduce the complete divine symbol, at least he was able to see the surface of the divine symbol clearly, letting him know where to go next. Following the surface veins of the talisman, Lin Moyu's speed was much faster than before. He kept changing directions, shuttling back and forth in the avenue, moving forward along the veins of the divine talisman. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. If he encountered the origin realm, he would stop and collect it. I have learned a lot from all these messy avenues, but they are just superficial knowledge and can only be used for fun. Along the way, we saw some more corpses. Lin Moyu resurrected them and asked about the process of their death. Most of them died at the hands of other Dao Masters, and a few were killed by monsters that suddenly appeared in the avenue. But overall, no accurate results were obtained, and Lin Moyu didn't know the origin of the monster hidden behind the avenue. However, there was no one he knew among these dead Taoist masters, which could be considered good news. Among them, we also encountered some living Dao Masters, who were in a hurry and seemed to be looking for something. When they saw Lin Moyu, anger flashed in the eyes of several people, as if they were still indignant about the previous incident with the original spiritual vein. However, they did not come to provoke Lin Moyu, as if they knew that Lin Moyu was not easy to mess with. Since they didn't bother him, Lin Moyu was too lazy to pay attention to them. The avenue he saw was becoming more and more powerful, just like the stroke of a divine talisman, which would be thicker at the beginning. Lin Moyu knew that he was almost approaching the center of the talisman. Brother-in-law. Gu Hanjing's voice reached my ears, and I saw Gu Hanjing running towards me with a happy face. After walking for so long, I finally met an acquaintance, and it turned out to be my sister-in-law. Lin Moyu couldn't help but smile a little, but suddenly his smile faded and he realized something was wrong. In the eyes of the undead, Gu Hanjing in front of him did not have a soul flame and was not a living being. Moreover, Gu Hanjing did not have her own aura. He had handed the 2 legion commanders over to Gu Hanjing, and there was no corresponding aura at the moment. In his perception, Gu Hanjing's position was still a little far away. After discovering that there was something wrong with Gu Hanjing, Lin Moyu did not make any move, and even kept a smile on her face, as if she was waiting for Gu Hanjing to arrive. When Gu Hanjing ran up to him and they were less than 5 meters apart, Lin Moyu suddenly took a step forward and punched out at the same time. This punch was so fast and fierce, with such force that the space was shaking continuously. This place is suppressed by a huge force, and it is difficult to exert strength, so you can only fight in close combat. Lin Moyu's fist hit Gu Hanjing, and before Gu Hanjing's smile completely faded, his entire body was shattered. A piece of debris as big as a fingernail fell to the ground, and Lin Moyu killed the guy who pretended to be Gu Hanjing with a punch. The fragments were pitch black, and there seemed to be black air flowing inside. It looked a bit weird. Lin Moyu felt the breath of soul power from the fragment. This fragment contained a strong soul power. It is not a living being and has no consciousness. This soul force seems to be some kind of remnant, and it will instinctively seek prey. After observing for a moment, Lin Moyu had a rough idea of what was going on. It was it that used its special soul power to affect his five senses, making him think he saw Gu Hanjing. The one who obtained the king's favor actually got this fragment. If he hadn't noticed, and was completely defenseless, the fragment would have penetrated into his body and entered the soul world. How your soul world will become, perhaps you will only know it after trying. Could it be that the confusion in the memories of those Tao masters after they returned was related to these fragments? As Lin Moyu was thinking, the fragments in his hands suddenly shattered silently and turned into powder. At the same time, an invisible soul force spread out, instantly sweeping across an area of 100 meters in radius. This soul force penetrated into the soul world like a gust of strong wind, trying to blow the entire soul world into chaos. Fortunately, Lin Moyu's soul world was extremely stable and was not affected. This scene allowed Lin Moyu to see why the memories of those Taoist masters became confused. The reason is this fragment, and this fragment is just the beginning. Lin Moyu looked forward and said to himself, there should be a soul avenue ahead. Lin Moyu was confident in his deduction, and he continued to move forward along the path he had deduced. Soon, he saw an illusory and hazy road. Soul Avenue. After coming here, this is the first avenue of origin I see. The Avenue of Souls is as dark as ink, as if it can encompass everything between heaven and earth. The reason why people can have this feeling is mainly due to the special properties of the Soul Avenue. It is between the virtual and the real. There is both virtual and real in the Great Way, and it can also be seen as half virtual and half real. All living beings have souls, so all living beings in the world cannot be separated from the path of soul. The Avenue of Souls carries all living beings, consciousness, and everything between reality and illusion. Even the mysterious soul void is related to the Avenue of Souls. Looking at the inky black Soul Avenue, Lin Moyu clearly felt the infinite grandeur of the Soul Avenue. Then his eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw that from time to time, small black dots would fly out from the Soul Avenue, as if they were thrown away by the avenue and flew into the distance. These little black dots flew very far and at very fast speeds, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Moyu had sharp eyes and saw that these small black dots were the crystal-like thing she had obtained before. A small black dot broke away from the Soul Avenue and suddenly flew towards him. 10 meters above my head, it exploded with a bang. A soul shock came towards him, leaving Lin Moyu no chance to dodge, and he could only bear the impact head-on. The soul world roared and shook continuously. Even with Lin Moyu's soul level, he felt a strong discomfort at that moment. If it were any other Tao master, after being hit like this, his soul would be in chaos. Fortunately, this confusion will not last too long, and the soul will stabilize after a certain period of time. Lin Moyu has completely understood why those who entered the Origin Ancestral Land all had confused memories and forgot everything about the Origin Ancestral Land. The fundamental reason lies in the Avenue of Souls. The Soul Avenue continuously scatters these black crystals outwards. The black crystals explode, causing soul shocks, shaking the soul, and confusing the memory. Of all the questions about the ancestral land of origin, only the last one remains. Why after the son of the sun came in, he was able to come back? After the sons of Taiying came in, only a few people were able to come back. What is the difference between the son of the sun and the son of the moon and other Tao lords? As the son of Taiying, I entered the ancestral land of origin earlier than others, which shows that the identity of the son of Taiying must have special meaning. Lin Moyu did not enter the Soul Avenue. Although he also wanted to comprehend the Soul Avenue, he gave up after thinking it over. I have already comprehended enough of the great Tao. If I continue to comprehend more, it will once again slow down my progress in advancing to the great Tao realm. Even if you really want to comprehend the Avenue of the Soul, you will still have time to enter the Avenue realm in the future. What's this? Just as she was about to leave, Lin Moyu suddenly stopped. He saw that above the Soul Avenue, there were thin threads floating towards the sky. The sky was pitch black, and the Soul Avenue was as dark as ink, so Lin Moyu was also careful at first. Lin Moyu was surprised to suddenly see this scene. In addition to the cascading waterfall, the Soul Avenue actually extends deeper into the void, passing on the history area. The more Lin Moyu looked, the more strange it seemed to him. He followed the thin line emanating from the Soul Avenue and explored deeper into the void. The colors overlapped and the void was pitch black. Lin Moyu took great effort to find the source along the thin line emanating from the Avenue of Origin. The space was distorted at the source, and the power emanating from the Origin Avenue disappeared there. And that place was where the terrifying soul flame was that he had seen when he used the Eye of the Undead. Lin Moyu was shocked. Could it be that existence that is devouring the power of the great Tao? Other great ways don't have this phenomenon. Does it mean that it only devours the power of the Origin continent? Lin Moyu didn't find the answer for a moment. He passed the Soul Avenue and continued forward. The emergence of the Soul Avenue verified the divine talisman he had deduced, and the subsequent deductions became smoother. The location of Soul Avenue is an important node for the entire divine talisman. A magic symbol should have many similar nodes. Through the changes in the nodes, Lin Moyu can more easily deduce the approximate appearance of the magic symbol. We dare to imagine the internal situation, at least the surface, Kfai, can be inferred. Following his own calculations, Lin Yu turned and walked in one direction. After walking through one avenue after another, finally an avenue of origin appeared in sight. The Great Way of Water. The water Tao among the five elements Tao is the origin of all water-related Taos. When Lin Moyu saw the avenue of water, he immediately looked up at the sky above the avenue of water. There was no more power spreading onto the light blue avenue of water, unlike the avenue of souls. No? Lin Moyu felt strange in his heart. Could it be that my guess is wrong? Not every origin road will connect to that place. It seems that we still need to find more origin avenues. Lin Moyu did not stay for too long this time. There was no origin room here on the water avenue, and he was too lazy to go there. Just as she was about to leave, Lin Moyu suddenly turned to look to the side. He felt Gu Hanjing's aura, or to be more precise, he felt the aura of the Legion commander. Originally, the aura was still a little far away, but suddenly it became clear and appeared not far away from him as if teleporting. After taking a few steps, Lin Moyu saw a road of ice. Gu Hanjing practiced the Great Way of Ice, so it was not surprising that she appeared here. At this time, Gu Hanjing was outside the avenue, fighting with a Taoist master. That Tao master was at the 8th level of Tao master and had great combat power. Gu Hanjing was no match for him and the situation was precarious. If it weren't for the special environment here, which prevented the opponent from fully exerting his strength, Gu Hanjing, who was at the 6th level of the Taoist realm, would have probably died long ago. The opponent slapped down with a palm, and the powerful force made Gu Hanjing change color and difficult to resist. Lin Moyu was still a little far away from Gu Hanjing at this time. It was too late for him to rush over. With a thought, flames suddenly appeared on Gu Hanjing's body, and a Legion commander appeared out of thin air. Before, I refined the Legion commander into a puppet and gave it to Gu Hanjing to use, but I didn't expect Gu Hanjing didn't use it, and ended up having to activate it myself. The Legion commander suddenly appeared and Gu Hanjing blocked the attack. Gu Hanjing's pretty face was pale and she was still in shock. Just now, she thought she was going to die. The sudden appearance of the Legion commander made the Taoist master in the 8th realm a little afraid, and he did not continue to take action. The appearance of the Legion commander is very similar to that of the previous skeleton general, which makes people think of the domineering guy Lin Moyu. I gave you the amulet, why don't you use it? Lin Moyu walked over with a little helplessness. When Gu Hanjing saw Lin Moyu, she immediately showed joy on her face. Brother-in-law, you are here too. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. Gu Hanjing's behavior made him feel uneasy. Lin Moyu's thoughts turned. Did you remember it? Gu Hanjing tilted her head, looking puzzled. What did you forget? She obviously didn't understand what Lin Moyu said. Lin Moyu asked, do you know where you are? Gu Hanjing said, the ancestral land of origin. Lin Moyu continued to ask, do you remember what happened when you first entered the origin ancestral land? Gu Hanjing thought about it, then shook her head. What's the matter? Hearing this answer, Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Gu Hanjing had forgotten what happened before. No wonder she didn't use the Legion commander. Because she didn't remember it at all and didn't even know there was such an amulet, so how could she use it? Gu Hanjing's answer not only surprised Lin Moyu, but also surprised the Dao Master 8th Realm who wanted to kill him just now. He asked, what are you talking about? What did you forget? Dash. Lin Moyu whispered, you don't need to know. As soon as he thought about it, a large number of dragon riders suddenly appeared all around him. As soon as thousands of dragon riders appeared, they surrounded this Taoist master of the 8th realm. Each dragon rider was a Taoist master of the 8th realm. The dragon riders were murderous and ready to attack at any time. He panicked all of a sudden and kept saying, Dao Yu, this is a misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. Lin Moyu shook her head. I don't think there is any misunderstanding, so I won't send you off. The Legion commander gave the order, and the dragon riders raised their swords and hacked the enemy into pieces. If he were in the outside world, facing thousands of dragon riders, he might still have a chance to escape. But here, unable to fly, he had no chance of escaping. Amidst screams, this Taoist master of the 8th realm died. A Taoist master in the 8th realm is, after all, an ancestor of a region. Founding a sect is no problem for him. Even in the top major forces, he can be extremely powerful. But now, Lin Moyu killed without showing any mercy. Gu Hanjing watched the fun and did not mind the big deal. Brother-in-law is really powerful. Dao Zun 8th realm can kill people at will. Lin Moyu chuckled. Do you want to comprehend this avenue? Gu Hanjing hummed, yes. Lin Moyu said, then you go and help. I'll keep an eye on it for you, but there will be dangers when you comprehend the Great Way, so you have to be careful. Gu Hanjing said, with my brother-in-law here, there will be no problem. Illusory mist emerged from Lin Moyu's body, and the avenue of luck rose. A large amount of luck fell on Gu Hanjing, raising Gu Hanjing's luck to the limit. Although I don't know if it will be useful, Lin Moyu feels that it will be more or less useful. Gu Hanjing stepped onto the ice avenue and then slowly rose into the air. She was advancing very quickly. She had already been practicing the Great Way of Ice, so she didn't need to comprehend the initial part. Lin Moyu stared at Gu Hanjing, watching her quickly rise to a height of 1,000 meters without encountering any danger. She rose higher and higher, and in the avenue, every kilometer was a step. With Gu Hanjing's cultivation level, his speed would not be slow in the first 6 kilometers. Sure enough, after reaching 6,000 meters, Gu Hanjing's ascent speed suddenly slowed down. At this moment, she began to accept new insights into the Great Tao. The time taken to rise from 6,000 meters to 7,000 meters was longer than the previous 6,000 meters. Gu Hanjing has good aptitude and talent. As long as she breaks through the 7th level of Dao Zun, there will be no pressure after that, and it will be no problem for her to be promoted to the 9th level of Dao Zun. As for the Dao realm, it depends on luck. At least the pseudo-Dao realm is not a big problem. And whenever possible, Lin Moyu would not hesitate to lend a hand to her. Finally, Gu Hanjing rose to an altitude of 7,000 meters, which also meant that she had gained enough insights. After leaving the origin ancestral land, she would be promoted to the 7th level of Dao Zun in a short time. This short period of time may be 1 or 2 years, or it may be more than 10 years, but it will definitely not exceed 100 years. After so many trips to the ancestral land, sufficient data statistics have been collected. Gu Hanjing continued to rise for a while, until she reached about 7,600 meters, and she finally reached the summit. A ray of light appeared in the avenue, and Gu Hanjing disappeared. Lin Moyu frowned. What? He sensed that the Legion commander had gone to a very far place, and that place was extremely special, and the connection between him and the Legion commander became intermittent. With this vague sense, Lin Moyu discovered that Gu Hanjing had fallen into a deep sleep. Lin Moyu realized that the journey to Gu Hanjing's ancestral land had ended. She had received enough benefits and was teleported to a special place, waiting to leave with others. In that special place, there was not only Gu Hanjing, but also other people, and everyone was in a similar condition. Gu Hanjing was safe and sound, and Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't need to take care of her anymore and could continue exploring. Continuing forward, after walking for a long time, we saw another road of origin. This time it is still the Earth Avenue among the 5 Elements Avenue. Like the Water Avenue, it does not have any excess power extending into the deeper void. Along the way, Lin Moyu gained nothing except a few origin realms. He did not stop there, but chose to move on. Even if he didn't find anything, the deduction of the divine talisman alone made him unable to give up. One after another, the avenues of origin appeared, and the divine talismans deduced by Lin Moyu became more and more complete. Request flowers. But since the Soul Avenue, no other origin avenue has the power to extend into the deeper void. Finally, Lin Moyu saw another road that was half real and half virtual, the road of space. The avenue of space still did not spread upwards, which made Lin Moyu realize that not all virtual and real avenues would be like the avenue of souls. Lin Moyu stopped outside the space avenue for a while but did not go in. He also wanted to comprehend the avenue of space, but he was worried that if he comprehended it to a certain level, he would be sent away like Gu Hanjing, which would be counterproductive. What he wanted was not the comprehension of a great avenue like the avenue of space, and even if he wanted to comprehend it, he would not choose the avenue of space among the 6 great avenues. 0. The avenue of time, the avenue of power, the avenue of luck, and the avenue of immortality, which one is not stronger than the avenue of space? If he really had to choose one from the 6, Lin Moyu would definitely choose the path of immortality. What's more, the deduction of the divine talisman has not been completed yet, and he still has a lot of things to do. Lin Moyu continued to move forward, visiting every corner according to his own deduction. The talisman has become clearer and clearer. He has deduced at least 1/3 of a complete talisman. Then things began to become simple, the deduction speed became faster and faster, and Lin Moyu was getting closer and closer to the core of the talisman. Finally, the avenue of time appeared before our eyes. Lin Moyu once again saw a large road extending upwards and entering the void. The avenue of time, like the avenue of souls, is connected to that mysterious void. What is in that mysterious void? Lin Moyu looked at the end of the avenue of time. He felt as if he was staring at a huge secret. This secret was related to the entire world and the root of the world. A voice emerged from the bottom of my heart, "Go there, go to that void." This voice urged Lin Moyu and resounded throughout the entire soul world. Lin Moyu felt an urgency to enter that void and see what was going on. But Lin Moyu suppressed the urge in his heart and did not go over immediately. He left the avenue of time and continued to search for the next avenue of origin along the divine rune he had deduced, while continuing to outline the complete divine rune in his mind. He wanted to completely outline the surface of this talisman. The talisman was outlined more and more completely, and a large number of original avenues were found. When the outline of the divine talisman entered the core area, the number of origin avenues increased rapidly. One after another, the avenues of origin came into Lin Moyu's sight. Most of them were not connected to that mysterious void. It was not until Lin Moyu officially stepped into the center of the divine talisman that the avenue of Illusionary Creek finally surfaced. The emergence of the illusory avenue allowed Lin Moyu to see a whole new world. The avenue of luck, the avenue of destiny, the avenue of cause and effect, the avenue of power, and the avenue of destruction. The avenues opened Lin Moyu's eyes. If he wants to understand the law of cause and effect, now is a very good opportunity. Although I had the idea in my mind, I didn't put it into action. Now is not a good time to understand the great principle of cause and effect. Looking at the illusory avenues, Lin Moyu was filled with thoughts. The avenue of luck is not connected to that void, nor is the avenue of destiny 320. The avenue of cause and effect and the avenue of power are both connected to that void. And the avenue of luck has no effect in the soul void, so can we say that the avenue connected to that void can play a role in the soul void? That void, could it be that it is soul control? Lin Moyu had a bold guess in his mind, which seemed incorrect, but he felt that it was entirely possible. Along the way, he never met any other Taoist masters. The Saint Lady of the Immortal Lotus, Dongfang Wuding, Lei Tian, and Su Li did not encounter him. No one knew whether he was dead or had been sent to sleep. The whole world became extremely quiet, even giving people a sense of fear. Lin Moyu slowly stopped walking. He didn't know how much time it took him to finally outline the entire talisman. Although only the surface was outlined, it was already the most complicated talisman Lin Moyu had ever seen, nothing like it. He measured every corner of the talisman with his footsteps and memorized the entire surface of the talisman in his heart. Although he didn't see the core of the talisman and didn't know its specific function, Lin Moyu was already extremely satisfied. Being able to be in this realm and come into contact with such advanced things is a sense of accomplishment. Unconsciously, Lin Moyu's understanding of the magic talisman had advanced a lot. Strange, why is there no immortal path? Lin Moyu looked at the sky, somewhat puzzled. He looked through all the avenues and ensured that there were no mistakes or omissions, except that he had not found the avenue of immortality. Both the avenue of death and the avenue of life appeared, and these two avenues were also the original avenues, but there was no avenue of immortality. Once upon a time, Lin Moyu still believed that the immortal avenue was the original avenue, and that the avenue of death and the avenue of life were merely evolved from the immortal avenue. Now it seems that this is not the case. The existence of the immortal avenue seems extremely special, and even the ancestral land of origin cannot suppress it. After repeated confirmation, Lin Moyu gave up the idea of searching for the path to immortality. What he had to do now was to choose a road, rise to the peak, and try to follow the road into the mysterious void. Lin Moyu wanted to go in. He didn't know what was going on inside the void, but he wanted to go in. The voice in my heart has been urging me. The divine symbol has been drawn, and all the benefits that this divine symbol land has brought to Lin Moyu have been absorbed. Lin Moyu glanced around and finally chose a road, Ligao Road. As for other great ways, Lin Moyu has confidence that he can comprehend them over a long period of time. Only the avenue of power is special and requires external force. Even if it is a reward from the great Tao, it may not necessarily help you cultivate the great Tao of power. This opportunity was rare, and Lin Moyu decisively chose the path of strength. The power of the avenue of strength fell on his body, and his blood began to roar immediately. Lin Moyu also rose up like a rocket. His power had already reached the 7th level, and he was rising very fast, reaching an altitude of 7,000 meters in a short while. Only at this point did the ascent slow down. The power of the Tao that fell on his body became stronger and stronger, and Lin Moyu began to feel a little pressure. Come on, Yaya, save your son. Lin Moyu was delighted. He realized that there was hope. If things go well, today's avenue of power can reach the 9th level, or even higher. The path of power does not require comprehension. All it takes is the right opportunity and the right external force to quickly improve it. Moreover, he doesn't have to worry about danger, as his body can repair itself very quickly, and even if he dies accidentally, he can reassemble himself. What is dangerous to others is child's play to him. When he rose to 7,500 meters, the power of the avenue increased again, and the clothes on his body turned into powder on the spot. This also means that the pressure of the avenue has already acted on Lin Moyu. Under the solid skin, the blood and qi are roaring and swimming like a dragon. The power of the Tao turned into a sharp knife, cutting bloody marks on Lin Moyu's body. The avenue of power constantly stimulates the qi and blood, repairing the wounds. The power of life also joins the ranks of repair, and the wound recovers at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Moyu had already blocked the passive damage transfer technique and practiced the avenue of strength. He had experience and knew what to do. The body becomes stronger and stronger through repeated injuries and recovery, adapting to the attacks from the avenue of power. He continues to rise while trying to adapt. The speed of ascent was quite fast, and the increase in the power of the avenue was also astonishing. If he relied solely on the power of the avenue, he would not be able to go up for too long. If someone else comes over, they may not be able to hold on after a little improvement, and will at least have to go down and recover for a while before they can come back up again. The power of the Tao contains a special power that prevents wounds from healing. Only by absorbing all of this power and completely healing the wounds can both the body and soul be improved. But because of the existence of the power of life, Lin Moyu currently has no pressure at all. The avenue of power in his body is driven mainly by the avenue of immortality, not simply the avenue of power. The body rapidly strengthens between being injured and recovering. Until he rose to the 8,000 meters, his strength suddenly increased significantly again. At this moment, his body and soul suddenly ascended to the 8th level of Dao Zun. The avenue of power became stronger, and although the pressure was greater, Lin Moyu could still hold on. The avenue of power has changed. It has become more pure, discarding all attributes and leaving only immense strength. The huge force turned into big hands, pinching Lin Moyu again and again. With each blow, a large number of wounds would appear on Lin Moyu's body, and these wounds were extremely difficult to heal because the power of Tao prevented the wounds from healing. Even with the help of life force, the wound healing speed could not keep up. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the power of death also joined in. He used the power of death to quickly corrode the power of the Tao on the wound, and then used his own blood and the power of life to heal the wound. In this way, the healing speed and recovery speed of the wound are once again equal. Wounds kept appearing and being healed, and Lin Moyu's body became stronger and stronger. He continued to break through his limits and flew towards the 9,000th altitude. Half a day later, he stepped into an altitude of 9,000 meters. The pressure suddenly became huge again. At the same time, his body and soul entered the 9th realm of Dao Zun. A terrifying giant appeared before my eyes. The giant was illusory and invisible, but seemed to possess infinite power. The giant raised his fists and smashed down on Lin Moyu's head. The giant, transformed by the avenue of power, punched Lin Moyu with unparalleled force. The power of the Tao instantly locked onto Lin Moyu, like a cage that left Lin Moyu with no escape. However, Lin Moyu didn't even think about dodging. The power of death surged out and turned into a giant fist to meet him head-on. The avenue shook, and the giant fist formed by the power of death shattered. After the shattering, the power of death flowed upstream and enveloped the giant, and the giant's breath suddenly weakened drastically. The giant's fist force was greatly reduced by the power of death before it hit Lin Moyu. With a muffled groan, Lin Moyu's body was hit hard, his skin exploded, and he turned into a bloody man on the spot. In just a blink of an eye, there was no perfect skin left on Lin Moyu's body, and even countless bones were broken. If the power of death had not been weakened, this punch would have been enough to turn him into dust. The giant punched again. The previous punch didn't kill him, but this one might not kill him. Lin Moyu took out the shield given by the third ancestor and activated it at the same time. With a bang, the shield shattered on the spot, but it did block the giant's punch. The giant didn't give Lin Moyu any chance and punched him again, looking like he would not stop until he killed Lin Moyu. Suddenly, the faint light became brighter, and a stone flew out automatically, turning into a layer of light curtain, helping Lin Moyu block the giant's punch. The light curtain seemed thin, but it was extremely solid. Bing Lin silently bought time. It's the origin stone given to me by Brother Wentian. Brother Wentian, thank you very much. 12. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, and immediately began to heal his wounds and fight against the remaining Tao energy in his body. As soon as the blood burst out from the wound, it was immediately pulled back by some force. Lin Moyu looked miserable, but the blood was locked tightly, not a drop leaked out. As long as there is no problem with the soul, the physical injuries, even broken hands or feet, can be recovered in a short time. Golden flames rose up. Beneath the flames was life force as white as snow, and chi and blood were also roaring in the body. The immortal golden body, the force of life, and the avenue of strength, these three methods worked together to heal the injuries on his body at an astonishing speed. The power of the previous punch remained in his body, continuously toning Lin Moyu's body, and Lin Moyu began to adapt. The immortal golden body that was once mastered in the big world and then remained in a semi-wasted state finally played a huge role at this moment. As the power increases, the immortal golden body is also gradually becoming stronger. In addition to having powerful defenses, the immortal golden body can also heal physical injuries. Golden light enveloped the entire body. Under the nourishment of the power of the great Tao, the immortal golden body became stronger and stronger, gradually merging into the physical body and becoming one with the physical body. There was a golden glow in the blood, and the power of the immortal golden body had been lured in. The power of the origin stone gradually weakened under the giant's continuous attack and finally collapsed after holding on for a moment. The giant's attack fell on Lin Moyu again, and Lin Moyu suddenly felt that the impact from the avenue of power had weakened. With the time bought by the origin stone, after the immortal golden body and the physical body merged into one, his own defense was greatly improved, and his physical body became stronger as well. The path of power does not require any comprehension, it only requires a sufficiently strong body and soul. This is the situation now. The body is getting stronger and stronger, and the soul is also getting stronger along with it. Under the attack of the giant evolved from the avenue of power, Lin Moyu rose higher and higher, gradually surpassing the giant and reaching the top of the avenue. At an altitude of 9,999 meters, he touched the avenue and then punched out. Boom! The avenue shook. Lin Moyu's punch shattered the barrier. He leaped up suddenly and stepped into the righteousness of heaven. In an instant, heaven and earth changed, and he saw the world of Tao for the first time. At this moment, his power has reached the 9th level of Dao Zun. His body and soul are so strong that he can ignore all attacks from the Dao Zun realm. Any attack, as long as it has not left the realm of Dao Zun, is intended to hurt him. Lin Moyu stood on the avenue and saw nothingness and countless projections of the avenue. That is a projection from the avenue of power. There are tens of millions of projections, countless. In the projection, there are living creatures moving around, buildings, and mountains and hills. At this moment he completely understood what the ancestral land of origin was and what the source of the Great Way was. There are avenues of power in all the heavens and worlds. The countless avenues of power in all the worlds are actually projections, not the true avenues of power themselves. The avenue on which you stand is the essence of the avenue of power in all the worlds. Those so-called Tao masters are merely Tao masters of the projection of a certain Tao, not Tao masters of the Tao itself. It is not easy to become the Tao master of the Tao itself. At best, they can only be called projected Tao masters. And this secret is only known by those Taoist masters, no one else knows it. How to become a true master of the Tao? Lin Moyu looked towards the void. The power of the avenue of strength was spreading through the void. He took a deep breath, pushed the avenue of power to its extreme, and followed the strands of power that spread out from the avenue of power, heading forward into the unknown void. Lin Moyu knew that not many people had been there. Among all the Tao masters who enter the ancestral land of origin, very few can make it there. Only a very small number of Dao Zun who have reached the 9th realm can truly stand on the great Tao and be qualified to travel to that unknown land. He walked forward along the power of the avenue as if he was walking on a tightrope. Bold! An angry shout resounded through Lin Moyu's soul, and his soul was shaken violently. The whole person was restrained on the spot and could not move. A giant eye emerged from the void, looking at Lin Moyu coldly and mercilessly. Lin Moyu was shocked. He knew who the owner of this giant eye was. It was the extremely powerful being he had seen before. It actually woke up. In this giant eye, Lin Moyu saw countless sun and moon origins, which burst into brilliant light and fell on himself. Lin Moyu's soul was shaking continuously, and his soul world almost collapsed on the spot. The world tree swayed wildly, stabilizing the soul world. Even with Lin Moyu's heart of Taoism, it was difficult for him to remain calm at this moment. When he saw this eye, he realized that the void where he was before, the void filled with the origin of the sun and the moon, was actually just an eye of this being. The eyes are filled with the origins of the sun and the moon. The origins of the sun and the moon are the foundation of all realms. What level is this existence at? Lin Moyu felt her own insignificance. She was trying every possible way to spy on the biggest secret of 403. The huge eyes stared at Lin Moyu, and thousands of rays of light fell on his body. Lin Moyu's body was shining brightly, and the whole person almost turned into the origin of the sun and the moon. His feet became invisible and his palms began to become transparent. Lin Moyu felt that he was about to melt, and he seemed to become one of the 10 members of countless sun, water, and yin origin songs. The sun talisman and the moon talisman were shining brightly. They continuously absorbed enormous power and transmitted the absorbed power into the yin and yang origin of the soul world. If it weren't for their existence, Lin Moyu felt that he would have melted into death by now. In the soul world, the origin of yin and yang absorbed enough power to emit bright light. The powerful original power surged in the soul world, flowing into the big world, and also flowing into the hell of bones. The evolving world is stimulated by the power of origin, and its speed of evolution is accelerating sharply. In the hell of bones, the gate of hell appeared, and the broken gate of hell actually began to recover at this moment. It's really the power of origin. Even the gate of hell has been restored. He couldn't find the scattered fragments of the gate of hell, and without the fragments, the gate of hell could not be repaired. Unexpectedly, under the stimulation of the original power, the gate of hell actually began to recover itself. However, the recovery speed is extremely slow. If one wants to fully recover, even 1,000,000 years may not be enough. But at least it's a good thing, at least it gives Lin Moyu hope. The light of the origin of yin and yang emanated from the body, enveloping the entire body. The body no longer melted and began to recover. Bathed in the power of origin, Lin Moyu's expression was naturally relaxed. After adapting, the power of origin brought him an indescribable sense of comfort. Such a strong source of power is unimaginable outside. It was like being surrounded by countless ninth-order spiritual veins. The feeling was indescribable. The huge eyes stared at Lin Moyu, and after a moment, they slowly closed. A majestic voice sounded, "You are qualified to enter." Lin Moyu felt like she had regained her freedom. He heaved a long sigh of relief. It was just a test. If he failed the test, he would die. The test has been passed and I can move forward. Fortunately, I have the origin stone, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Lin Moyu vaguely understood why those sons of the sun and the moon died here. As far as he knew, most of the sons of the sun or the sons of the moon were at the 8th or 9th realm of Dao Zun when they entered the ancestral land of origin. There are very few people like me who come in as a Taoist master in the 7th realm. Those who can become the sons of the sun and the moon are all geniuses of the time, and their ability to cultivate far exceeds that of their contemporaries. In their ancestral land, they will surely be able to quickly comprehend the Great Way, eventually step onto the Great Way, and see the unknown land. They will also, like themselves, step onto the road and head towards unknown places. Then they will also experience tests. The previous test was too difficult, even the son of the sun and the moon would find it difficult to pass. If you fail, you die. However, a few sons of Taiying did not step onto the great Tao, so they were able to come back alive. For now, this is just Lin Moyu's guess, but this guess is probably correct. Many things have been buried in history. For example, things in the ancestral land may not be answered even if we enter the long river of time. We can only guess and make half-guesses. But none of this matters. At least Lin Moyu believes in his own judgment, and a doubt in his heart has been resolved. Lin Moyu continued to walk along the road towards the unknown place. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to a secret of this world. Finally, he came to the end of the power of the great Tao, and the void twisted like waves before his eyes. Lin Moyu took a deep breath and slowly stretched out her hand, trying to push aside the waves and enter. The moment he touched the waves, his whole body froze in place, unable to move. The soul flew out of the body and entered the Minister of Waves. This unknown place cannot be entered by the body, only the soul can enter. Passing through a thin layer of waves, Lin Moyu officially stepped into it. A lake appeared in sight. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. This lake seemed familiar to him. He thought of the big gourd with holes all over it that he had seen when he stepped into the other shore realm. Ancestral water was flowing in the gourd, and the infinite ancestral water formed a lake under the gourd. That lake is very similar to the lake in front of me. The difference is that above that lake is the Zushui gourd, while above this lake is a road, the road of power. The avenue of power formed a projection here, and a huge amount of power of the avenue fell down to form a lake. Lin Moyu's soul flew over slowly. He could finally fly here. He slowly rose into the air and saw lakes. Some of the lakes had a road on them, while some of the lakes had no road on them. If you count them carefully, there are only a dozen avenues in total, which is pitifully few compared to the tens of thousands of avenues. The avenue of time, the avenue of cause and effect, the avenue of souls. He recognized several of the avenues. At this moment, his eyes narrowed suddenly, and he saw one of the avenues, which was the avenue of immortality. The immortal path that could not be found outside the unknown land actually appeared here. While seeing the avenue of immortality, Moyu discovered some abnormalities. The immortal avenue here is not a projection, but the real body, which is in sharp contrast with other avenues. In this place, there are only a dozen avenues, and only 2 or 3 of them are here in their original form, while the rest are just projections here. This makes people think a lot. Why is it like this, and what are the differences? At this moment, the immortal avenue suddenly hummed, and a gray and white light fell on Lin Moyu's soul, dragging Lin Moyu towards the immortal avenue. Lin Moyu felt as if she had met a relative and wanted to take him her home. At the same time, fog was billowing on several avenues, and sounds were slowly heard. Welcome back. The return of the immortal Lord is cause for celebration. Congratulations. Congratulations to the immortal Lord for regaining control of the avenue. Voices of congratulations came from all the avenues. The voice was vague and seemed to come from far away, and Lin Moyu could hear the sound of the water in the garden. When did I become the master of the immortal avenue? From just a few sentences, Lin Moyu received some unusual information. These guys are all Tao masters, and they are the real Tao masters, projected Tao beings. Only the Tao master who is the true Tao is qualified to come here. This was Lin Moyu's first judgment, and it was basically correct. As for why I came here, it can only be said that it was purely an accident. Then, why do these powerful beings regard themselves as the Lord of Immortality? This is probably another huge misunderstanding. At this moment, his soul was shrouded by the power of the Tao. No one could see his appearance or his realm. It is not difficult to see from their words that the immortal avenue once had an owner. Moreover, the master of the immortal avenue is an extremely powerful being. Maybe he left because of something, or he fell. But it is probably very difficult for such a being to die. Even if it dies, it is possible for it to come back again. Therefore, these people were not surprised at his return, but simply congratulated him. No one knows where these true masters of the avenue come from. In all likelihood, it did not come from the great Tao outside the origin continent, but from other worlds. Their existence is already higher than a certain world. Lin Moyu's thoughts became clearer and clearer, and his understanding of the world reached a whole new level. He began to understand what this world was like. This unknown land is indeed the biggest secret between heaven and earth. This place is the true origin of the land. He was dragged into the immortal road, and his soul felt a familiar power and an inexplicable sense of intimacy. The power of the immortal path was constantly injected into the soul, and Lin Moyu's understanding of the immortal path was also constantly rising. This passive improvement is very strange. All kinds of profound truths related to the Tao were forced into my mind, and I could obtain them without having to understand them at all. Lin Moyu even had enough leisure time to observe his surroundings. The world of the Immortal Avenue is clearly gray and white, with no other colors. The world of the Avenue is monotonous and contains nothing. No wonder in the outside world, the Immortal Avenue's projection of all worlds has disappeared, and only the main body is still here. Then why can I comprehend the great way of immortality? Could it be that I am really the master of immortality? The immortal Lord should be the real Lord of the Great Tao, stronger than the projection Lord of the Great Tao, but compared with the Lord of Hell, who is stronger? When questions are answered, new questions will inevitably arise, Lin Moyu was thinking. Lin Moyu put all the things he had seen before into his mind, like thousands of small streams, and finally got the result and saw the truth. At this moment, Lin Moyu sorted out everything he had seen at the beginning of his cultivation and finally saw the outline. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to the truth, just one step away. Today he is here, standing at the source of truth. There's only a little left. Lin Moyu murmured in her heart, but she couldn't get through this last point. At the end of his thoughts, he could not move forward. Lin Moyu felt as if there was an invisible force enveloping her. The feeling of confusion and powerlessness could only be understood through personal experience. My realm is not high enough, and I am restricted by this world. The rules between heaven and earth do not allow me to know more. Who made these rules? Will it be you? What on earth are you going to do? Lin Moyu once again felt that behind the world, there was a pair of big hands firmly controlling everyone's destiny. In these big hands, the whole world is like a chess game, and all the creatures in the world are like chess pieces, being manipulated by humans. This feeling is very uncomfortable, just like the powerlessness I felt when my wife was taken away. Even though he knew that his wife would not be in danger, and that their cultivation could be improved faster and they could steadily enter the great Tao realm, that unpleasant feeling still existed. When you said that I should become a Tao Master first, I'm afraid it's not a projection of a Tao Master, but a true being of the heavenly Tao. What on earth are you going to do? The green-robed old man's seemingly kind and gentle smile became extremely hateful in Lin Moyu's eyes. Lin Moyu stopped thinking and looked at Fang Shiji again. There are only a dozen avenues distributed in this world. After thinking about it just now, Lin Moyu has already got the answers to many questions. In the void of the soul, why are some avenues useful and some useless? Only by placing the projection on the avenue of this space can it play a role in the soul void, otherwise the effect will be greatly reduced. The great way of origin is better, as they are powerful in themselves and can more or less affect the soul void. However, some weak branch avenues are in a more miserable situation. Their power in the soul void is even weaker, or even useless. Only here, these dozen avenues can continue to play a role in the soul void. BCBG, this means that this void reflects the void of the soul. This is the ancestral land of the origin, the root of the great way, and also the root of the soul void. All things in the world gather here. This is the source of everything. Lin Moyu looked at the lakes. The power of the avenue gathers into lakes. What is beneath these lakes? An idea came to his mind. Could these lakes lead directly to the soul void? In his view, the soul void is a strange world between reality and illusion, so it is not impossible. Suddenly, the calm lake began to roll. Huge waves rose from the lake and quickly turned into tornadoes into the sky. The immortal avenue where he was located roared and shook at the same time, and the entire avenue was like an earthquake. The huge force was like a wave. Lin Moyu could no longer stand on the avenue. in the void, and I appeared again. Lin Moyu saw thousands of suns and moons again. As she closed her eyes, the whole world suddenly went dark. His consciousness also fell into a coma at this moment, and everything in the world seemed to stop functioning at this moment, and then shattered like glass. The last scene Lin Moyu saw was the avenue being shattered and the heaven and earth collapsing. Lin Moyu's whole body trembled violently, his soul returned to his body, and his consciousness became clear again. Gusts of wind blew towards me, there were endless dark clouds above my head and a pitch-black sea under my feet. I'm back. Lin Moyu was sure that the Yin Jian in front of him was not an illusion, and that he had really returned. He had already left his ancestral land, and if he came again, he would probably have to wait another 10,000 years. This trip to the ancestral land of origin is of great significance to Lin Moyu. All the adventures I've taken in my cultivation career can hardly compare to this one. The gain this time is not in cultivation or the Great Way, but in the understanding of this world. Lin Moyu has always believed that understanding this world and understanding the essence of this world is more important than anything else. Cultivation and the Great Path will all be achieved as long as you are willing to spend time. But if you want to understand the nature of the world, you need opportunity, and it is an unimaginable opportunity. Just like this trip to the ancestral land of origin, it only happens once every 10,000 years, and only the Tao Master can enter. For many Tao Masters, they will never have the chance to enter their ancestral land in this lifetime. Even if you are lucky enough to get in, you may not necessarily gain anything. This is opportunity, an opportunity more powerful than cultivation. Lin Moyu stood in mid-air, motionless, sorting out what he had gained from this trip. Every detail of this trip to the ancestral land of origin replayed in his memory like a movie, including his experiences and his understanding of the world. He still had to think about how to tell the third ancestor. Not all words can be said. What I promised the third patriarch at that time was just to say as much as possible. Suddenly, Lin Moyu frowned slightly, my soul. He suddenly discovered that in a very distant place, there was a trace of his own soul. Although the distance between us is infinite, it is so far that I cannot control even a trace of my soul, and can only have a faint sense of it. But a bit of my soul was indeed separated. A little bit of my soul remained in that place, on the avenue of immortality. He has never taken the initiative to separate his soul. How did this ghost soul stay? Lin Moyu tried hard to recall, and finally a giant eye appeared in the sky. As the giant eye closed, the sky and the earth collapsed. It was not that the heaven and earth really collapsed, but that the heaven and earth as seen by one soul collapsed. If there was ever a time when a soul was separated, it must have been at that moment. Then Lin Moyu became excited. A trace of soul was left in the immortal avenue. Why didn't I think of it? I should have taken the initiative to do it. He immediately realized how much benefit it would bring to leave a trace of soul in the immortal avenue. It was like he had left a backdoor in the ancestral land. As long as he was close enough to the ancestral land, he would be able to manipulate the soul he had left behind. That means he has never left that unknown land. He thought back to when he entered the unknown land before. Several voices were congratulating him, but no one was visible. Now he knew that these beings also left a trace of their souls in unknown places, and their respective great Tao ministers. These people are all true masters of the Great Way and are truly powerful. There are only a dozen such strong men in the universe, which shows how difficult it is to become a true master of the Great Tao. At the same time, Lin Moyu came to a shocking conclusion based on his own judgment. Perhaps the person who killed the Lord of Hell is the true Lord of the Tao. The old man in green robe might also be a master of the Tao, or a being stronger than the master of the Tao. After Lin Moyu and the human emperor confirmed that Yudao City was safe and sound, they immediately set out to return to Dongzhou. Starting from the center of the sea boundary, it took less than a day to enter the territory of Dongzhou. His speed was much faster than before he entered the ancestral land of origin. He did not use the cloud-piercing sword or the wings of time curse, but simply relied on the strength of his physical body. His whole body was shimmering with golden light, and wherever he passed, the space shattered like glass. Qi and blood roared in his body, and the Dao Zun's 9th-level physical body became his strongest support. Now he is still at the 7th realm of Taoist Master, but without using any magic, he can kill the ancestor of the 9th realm with one punch. This is the power of the Avenue of Strength. This avenue of illusion can burst out amazing power at any time. Especially since his avenue of power is entangled with the power of death, its destructive power is several times stronger. Now his last shortcoming has been made up, and his combat power has reached the peak of Dao Zun. The gains from this trip, when calculated, were actually astonishingly huge. Not to mention the path of power, not to mention understanding of the world. The origin of yin and yang alone is something unimaginable. With the origin of yin and yang in his body, Lin Moyu can use the original magic at will without consuming soul power. It can also allow the skeleton held to recover on its own, but the speed is a bit slow. Most importantly, his big world has begun to evolve towards another level. It is no longer as simple as the 9th-level world. If it is an ordinary big world, even if it reaches the 9th level, it is still a world dependent on the origin continent. The laws, materials, creatures, and practitioners in the big world all rely on the origin continent. One day, when the origin continent is gone, the world will also return to darkness. It may not necessarily lead to destruction, but there will definitely be no way forward. Now, the big world has its own yin and yang origins, which are stronger than the two sun and moon origins of the big world. Under the illumination of the origin of yin and yang, the big world will continue to evolve and eventually leap from the 9th level, surpassing the 9th level, and become a truly independent world independent of the origin continent. Even if there is enough time, the world can become a magnificent world like the origin continent. It will have its own avenue realm, and its own projected avenue master. Everything became hopeful. In addition to the origin of yin and yang, the path of power, and the understanding of the world, another gain is his natal path. The avenue of immortality also became stronger, and like the avenue of strength, both reached the 9th level of Dao Master. But now it's just a comprehension, and it hasn't yet been fully transformed into cultivation. It will take some time. And Lin Moyu couldn't be anxious. He had to balance the avenues and make progress in the 6 avenues he was cultivating. Now that the avenue of power has advanced a step closer, the other avenues cannot be uneven anymore. Lin Moyu entered Dongzhou and went straight to the mall. What he promised to the 3rd ancestor, he must do. As for what to say, he has already thought about it. If the 3rd patriarch asked more questions, he could tell him, but he just didn't know whether the 3rd patriarch dared to listen. Perhaps I can get some information from the 3rd ancestor. After all, he hasn't lived in vain for all these years. The 3rd ancestor must know some secrets. Lin Moyu was already thinking about how to get some information out of the 3rd ancestor. After entering Dongzhou, Lin Moyu felt something strange. Some cities have undergone significant changes before. How long have I been gone? Why does it feel like a long time? In the ancestral land of origin, time was chaotic, and Lin Moyu didn't know how long he had been walking. While searching for the avenue, he completely forgot about time and didn't care about time at all. He only knew that he must have been gone for quite some time. After approaching the mall, Lin Moyu slowed down, then landed and walked in. As soon as he entered the mall, Lu Jun appeared beside Lin Moyu. The 3rd ancestor is waiting for you. Lu Lian showed no emotion and her tone was extremely calm. Lin Moyu asked, "How long have I been gone?" Lu Lian said, "More than 500 years have passed since the origin ancestral land appeared." More than 500 years. It took so long? Lin Moyu was also a little surprised. Perhaps for the Taoist master, more than 500 years was nothing. But for him, more than 500 years was not a short time. After all, he has only spent so many years practicing until now. Now, if you calculate, he is finally more than 3,000 years old. The Taoist master, who is over 3,000 years old and in the seventh realm, seems to be doing pretty well. Following Lu Lian to the space where the third ancestor was, Lu Lian left immediately. The third ancestor looked at Lin Moyu and asked, "Do you remember everything?" Lin Moyu threw a jade tablet to the third ancestor. "Part of the information is in there. If you want to know anything else, you can ask. I will tell you once I know it." The jade tablet recorded some things that Lin Moyu thought were worth talking about. There is a general situation about the ancestral land of origin, the avenues inside, why the people inside have confused memories, why people die, how to leave, etc. However, Lin Moyu did not say how to obtain the sun origin and the moon origin. This is not a secret, but many people simply cannot do it, so it is useless even if they know it. He didn't tell us how he finally entered that unknown land. Except for himself, basically everyone who went there would die. After reading the contents of the jade tablet, the third ancestor whispered, "As expected, the origin ancestral land is indeed the beginning of all worlds." Lin Moyu said, "Wherever the origin ancestral land goes, it throws out the origin of the sun and the moon. The two origins evolve the heavens and the worlds, and evolve thousands of great ways." The third ancestor said, "It seems that you have seen this world very clearly." Lin Moyu said, "Before entering the origin ancestral land, there were indeed many things I didn't understand, but now I understand a lot." The third ancestor laughed and said, "How about we have a good chat and share what we have?" 0. Lin Moyu looked at the old fox. "Sure, but you speak first." The third ancestor chuckled, "What a little fox. Well, I will go first. This world." The third ancestor began to talk about his understanding of the world in a very eloquent manner. His understanding was different from Lin Moyu's. Although the third ancestor has lived in the origin continent for many years, he has never really left the origin continent. The farthest places I've been to are probably the soul void and the fog of the world. However, with his in-depth understanding of the origin continent, Lin Moyu still understood a lot. The universe is full of mysteries, and all worlds are hidden in the fog. The Taoist masters will enter the fog of the world to look for other worlds. Once they find them, they will try to occupy that world or destroy it. To the Taoist master, this is a battle for the great Tao, a fight to the death. There is no logic to it. This was the case with the previous origin catastrophe. The Tao lords of the heavenly god realm and the black blood realm launched a war against the origin continent. They did not want to occupy the origin continent, but to destroy it. Then refine the origin continent. The purpose is to obtain the power of the origin of the great Tao in the origin continent so that they can go one step further. The original world in the ancestral land of origin is the world that was once destroyed one by one. After the destruction of those worlds, the core origin will return to the original ancestral land and become the original world. Maybe one day, they will have a chance to be resurrected. So the king of the sea realm once said that the origin realm was not used in this way. But if you ask him specifically, he may not know how to use it. Now, Lin Moyu has found the correct usage of the origin realm. The origin realm was once an independent world. Like the origin continent, it had the sun and the origin of the sun, the great Tao, infinite spiritual veins, and countless powerful people. But in the end it was destroyed in the war. After the world was destroyed, the core of the world returned to its original ancestral land and turned into the origin realm. The origin realm also contains a trace of the world's most essential power. This force is full of vitality and contains the origin of the sun and the sun. It can be said to be the most core and important existence in the world. It is the existence of this essence that makes it possible for the origin realm to recover again. The reason why the origin realm can become the realm sea world is because of the existence of this essence. For Lin Moyu, the essence in the origin realm can become the nourishment for the big world, strengthen the core of the big world, and accelerate the evolution of the world. But we have to wait a little longer. The big world is still sublimating and it will take some time. The sublimation of the great world has lasted for more than 500 years since September 20th and has not yet ended. This is a long process and cannot be rushed. The third ancestor whispered, "I've finished speaking, it's your turn." Lin Moyu said, "Third ancestor, before I say anything, I have another question for you. You and the Demon King are staying here because you want to become the Taoist master?" The third ancestor was obviously not surprised. Instead he chuckled, "You guessed it." It was normal for Lin Moyu to guess the identities of the third ancestor and others. When they were in the ancient Lotus Holy Land before, they did not hide their conversation from Lin Moyu. Given Lin Moyu's intelligence, it was normal for her to analyze the various meanings in their conversation. Lin Moyu said, "According to what you just said, and based on my understanding, you will become the Tao Master and then you will have to compete for the Tao, is that right?" The third ancestor was silent for a moment, then whispered, "That's about it." Lin Moyu said, "Although I don't know which avenue you are practicing, I know that after you become the Projection Avenue Master, the competition for this avenue will probably be extremely dangerous." Hearing the words Projection Tao Master, the third ancestor exclaimed, "You even know this?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Coincidentally, I went to that place." The third ancestor took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. "I never thought you would even go into that place." Lin Moyu said, "It's just luck." The third ancestor obviously didn't believe Lin Moyu's nonsense. "You can't get into that place just by luck. There's no need to be modest about some things. We've already come to this point, so just say whatever you want. Although I have never been to the Origin Ancestral Land, let alone that place, I still know something about that place." Lin Moyu said, "Then do you know where that place is?" The third ancestor whispered, "That is the true origin of heaven and earth, the core of everything, the starting point and the end point. All living things begin there and will end there." Lin Moyu said, "But I only saw less than 20 avenues there." The third ancestor asked, "Tell me more about it." Just as the third ancestor said, "Now that things have come to this, there is no need to hide too much." Lin Moyu gave a brief account of what he had seen. As he spoke, he used the gray and white energies of the Great Way of Immortality to construct the appearance of the interior of the Origin Ancestral Land. Avenues are suspended 10,000 meters in the sky, and one needs to comprehend the avenues before entering. Some of the avenues even have projections falling into that unknown place, illuminating the avenues within. Lin Moyu also explained why those people had confused memories and lost all memories of their ancestral land, while at the same time retaining the corresponding insights. Those who don't understand find it incredible, but to be frank, it is nothing more than the path of the soul. However, the power of the Soul Avenue is so strong that even a Tao Master of the Ninth Realm cannot withstand it and will be affected. As for those Tao Masters who died, most of them killed each other, and a small number died because they could not stand the test of the Great Tao. At the same time, because of the confusion of memories, the cause of death in the ancestral land of origin has always been a mystery. To put it bluntly, it is actually very simple. The real danger of the ancestral land of origin is how to enter that unknown land from the main body of the avenue. That is the real danger. After listening to Lin Moyu's words, the third ancestor fell into deep thought. Lin Moyu did not urge him, knowing that the third ancestor must be thinking. What the third patriarch said was not necessarily all. He would certainly compare what he said with what he knew. After waiting for a while, the third patriarch suddenly said to himself, "So that's how it is, so that's how it is." There was surprise in his tone, and it was obvious that he had figured out something. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Tell me more about it." It was the third ancestor's turn to speak again, and Lin Moyu responded with the same words. The third ancestor organized his words. "A Tao Master once said that after becoming a Tao Master, one needs to compete in the Great Tao. I never understood what the Tao competition meant before. The Tao Masters of all the heavens and worlds are competing for the Tao. They want to go from being projection Tao Masters to becoming true Tao Masters. They want to reflect the essence of the Great Tao into that most primitive space, which connects to the soul void and the myriad worlds. Only in this way can they be called the true masters of the Great Tao, rather than the Tao creatures of a certain world. I don't know how to do it specifically, but if I succeed this time, I will be able to become a Taoist master, and then I will know." The competition among the great ways is the domain of the Tao Masters. Outsiders cannot know about it, and the Tao Masters will not talk about it. Lin Moyu said, I have seen that place. For countless years, there have only been a few masters of the avenue. It seems that the road is not easy to travel. The third ancestor said, of course it's not easy to go. At that time, the origin catastrophe occurred, and the Tao Masters of the two worlds launched an attack on the origin continent in order to compete for the great Tao. They wanted to refine the origin continent, devour the great Tao, and achieve their own great Tao. Result. At this point, the third ancestor sneered disdainfully, most of the Tao Masters from those two worlds are dead. The remaining Tao Masters dragged their respective worlds and fled into the world maze and disappeared. If our world had not been severely damaged and many Tao Masters had not died, they would have chased us down long ago. The Tao Lord is the main force of a world, and the power of these projected Tao Lords can only be fully exerted in their own world. Once the Taoist priest is too far away from the world, his power will be greatly weakened. Therefore, when they compete for supremacy in the Great Way, they will inevitably drag the world along with them. The origin continent suffered severe damage, and the will of the great Tao and the origin world sealed the world. Therefore, those projected Tao Masters 2.0 could not drag the great Tao to chase and kill the enemy. Lin Moyu felt that the great avenues of competition in the origin continent were very similar to those in the Boundary Sea world. I couldn't help but say, isn't this similar to the world of Jihai? The world is a circle, and it's going back again. The third ancestor laughed loudly. Where do you think the dispute in the world of Jihai comes from? Lin Moyu's eyes flickered. Are you saying that this is the work of those Taoist masters? The third ancestor said, it's not those. It was created by a Taoist master based on the Great Tao contest. The Boundary Sea is the world fog. The worlds in the Boundary Sea are like the worlds in the fog. Lin Moyu asked, but what's the point of doing this? The third ancestor chuckled and said, it's useless. The Taoist master just did it for fun. Lin Moyu couldn't understand the Taoist's interests and hobbies, so he asked, what level is the Lord of Hell at? Lin Moyu's question made the third ancestor silent, and he did not answer for a long time. Lin Moyu chuckled, didn't you say that? Now that we've come to this point, what else can't we say? The third ancestor whispered, it's not that I can't tell you, but I don't know much about things at that level, and many things are just hearsay. Lin Moyu said, even if you heard it from hearsay, you must have heard it from a Taoist master, so why don't you tell me? I am very curious. The third ancestor looked at you with scrutiny. You should already know that you are most likely the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell, so. Lin Moyu shook his head. I don't think I am the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell. If we can still communicate happily, then you can say it. If you really don't want to say it, then our communication ends here. At this point, Moyu's tone has become not so good. I have said everything I should say, but you are hiding something. Lin Moyu is naturally unhappy. As for the matter of the Lord of Hell, he could go to Tianwai Avenue to ask someone later. When Tian Dao Jun also mentioned it at that time, and when Tian Dao Jun also believed that he was the reincarnation of a being from hell. But after thinking about it, Lin Moyu felt that he was not. He was not interested in the identity of the Lord of Hell 14. He was interested in the strength of the Lord of Hell. The strength of the Lord of Hell was very strange. It seemed that he was stronger than the projected Lord of Tao, but weaker than the real Lord of Tao. The third ancestor sighed, I'll call Lao Hei over. He knows some things better. The levels of the Taoist masters I know are still a little behind. The Taoist master that the third patriarch knew was not the Taoist master of the original Great Tao. The third ancestor had expressed it implicitly several times before that he, the Demon King, and the King of the Sea Realm did not take the masters of some weaker avenues seriously at all. There is also a huge gap between the Taoist masters. They are all Tao masters of the projected avenues. Among them, the Tao masters of the original avenues are bound to be stronger than the Tao masters of some branches. If they are of the same type, there may be a restrictive relationship. The identity of the king of the sea realm is somewhat special, and there is a powerful force behind him, so he may know more information, which is why the third ancestor called him here. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry and waited patiently. While waiting, the third ancestor said, "You are already a seventh realm ancestor. In this great change of heaven and earth, you are very likely to enter the great Tao realm, so you also need to be prepared. You hold the essence of the great Tao in your hands. The test of the great Tao is not a problem for you. You don't need to worry. The key is, after you achieve the great Tao realm, how do you step into the great Tao beyond the heavens? That guy Kurong won't let you go easily." Lin Moyu asked, "What suggestions does the third ancestor have?" The third ancestor said, "You can stay on the origin continent for a while longer. When the origin continent is fully restored, you can build your own power there, and you can go to the soul void to improve your cultivation. As long as your soul level can reach the 6th level of innate soul, even if Kurong wants to kill you, it won't be that easy." Lin Moyu said, "Yin Shun said that he would help me solve the problem of Master Kurong." The third ancestor laughed and said, "You can treat what Yin Shun said as bullshit. Even if he really helps you, he won't do his best. Even if he swears a great oath, it won't be of much use. When he returns to the great Tao, and his strength is restored to its peak, the Tao oath will not be able to do anything to him. Master Kurong is not so easy to deal with. Not to mention his own strength, he also has a strong influence in the outer world. Besides that, people from the great Daojian sect will probably come looking for you as well. This is also a big problem, even more troublesome than Kurong." Lin Moyu interrupted the third ancestor and said, "If you keep talking, I might as well not go. It seems like entering the heavenly way will mean death for me." The third ancestor laughed loudly, "I am only speaking the truth. How about this? I have a deal that is very suitable for you. So you are waiting here?" Lin Moyu asked with a smile, "What business? Tell me first." The third ancestor said, "I can keep you safe in the great Tao of the sky. As a condition, when you go to the soul void, you must help the well qualify the soul crystal and bring it back." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "So you are interested in my Tao essence fire? There is no problem in refining soul crystals, but how are you going to protect me?" The third ancestor said, "I naturally have a way. You won't lose out on this deal. The great Tao Array sect is very difficult to deal with. I advise you to think it over carefully." The third ancestor always believed in being honest to everyone when doing business, but Moyu did not distrust the third group. "It's just that I'm afraid that I won't be able to live in peace in this great Tao Array sect. Judging from the information we have known so far, the Daojian sect is not only selfish, but also very protective." At this time, the third ancestor was heard mumbling, "What a pity, the furnace is gone. If the furnace was still there, it would be much simpler." Lin Moyu's heart moved. "Are you talking about the soul refining furnace?" The third ancestor was slightly surprised. "You actually know about the soul refining furnace?" Lin Moyu hummed, "I heard from a weapon spirit that it seems to be a magic weapon of a soul pill Taoist, which has the effect of refining soul pills, that Zhou Taoist is also known as the shame of the Tao realm." The third ancestor laughed, "That's right, it's the shame of the Tao realm. When the Soul Dan Taoist got the soul refining furnace, no one in the world knew that this furnace had such a huge effect. I later learned that this furnace can refine the soul into the true soul pill, which is the supreme medicine in the Tao realm. It's a pity that the guy hid in the origin continent. Countless people tried to find him but couldn't. After the origin catastrophe, he disappeared." Lin Moyu thought to himself, "It's not that he disappeared, but that he fell." Lin Moyu asked, "Isn't the soul refining furnace a magic weapon from the origin continent?" The third ancestor shook his head. "Of course not. The soul refining furnace comes from the soul void. This magic weapon is very special and powerful. It seems to have come from a destroyed world. It should be related to the Soul Avenue." Lin Moyu said, "Is this true soul pill really so powerful?" Chatting with the third ancestor always brings unexpected gains, and here it comes. The third ancestor said, I haven't tried it myself, but it's said to be very effective, and the true soul pill can be refined several times to enhance its effect. Someone once used a true soul pill to move from a 4th level innate soul to a 3rd level innate soul, saving 100,000 years of hard work, and the effect was miraculous. Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh, that's really a pity. While the two were chatting, the king of the Black Sea entered the mall. The third ancestor immediately asked Lu Lian to bring him over. In this mysterious void, a new guest arrived. When the king of the sea realm saw Lin Moyu, he laughed and said, Brother Lin is back safely, that's great. The third ancestor said, Old Black, I called you here because I have something to ask you. Little friend Lin wants to know about the Lord of Hell. Please tell me everything you know. The king of the sea realm was slightly stunned. Why do you ask this? Lin Moyu quickly said, I want to know. The third ancestor said that I might be the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell, so I want to know what the former Lord of Hell was like and what kind of strength he had. The third patriarch said, just tell me what you want. He knows as much as we do now, so don't worry. After getting confirmation from the third ancestor, the king of the sea realm said something about the Lord of Hell. His words were filled with awe for the Lord of Hell, as if the Lord of Hell was a very terrifying existence. Not only him, when Tian Dao Jun also had a similar reaction at that time. Apparently, in that era, the creatures of hell were not easy to get along with. The Lord of Hell is very powerful, and he practices the great way of hell. The Lord of Hell once left the origin continent. Before he left, he was not that strong, only slightly stronger than other Dao lords. But since he came back that time, the Lord of Hell has become different. He has become stronger, far surpassing others, and has become the strongest existence in the origin continent. Some Dao masters speculated that the Lord of Hell must have gone to other worlds and devoured the Dao of other worlds, which means that the Lord of Hell launched a Dao battle and won. Some people expressed dissatisfaction with this, thinking that the Lord of Hell was too arbitrary, but those words could only be thought about in their hearts, and no one dared to speak out. Until the origin catastrophe came, a mysterious strong man took action and shattered hell, and the creatures of hell fell on the spot. Afterwards, some people speculated that the Lord of Hell had offended someone outside and was hunted down by someone, and even implicated the origin continent. The king of the Boundary Sea told everything he knew. Compared with the third ancestor, the king of the Boundary Sea was not cunning and said whatever he thought. Perhaps the Lord of Hell has not yet become the Lord of the Great Tao, but at least he has found the way to become a being of the Great Tao. But in the end, this road was cut off. Why do I think so? It's actually very simple. I am in the soul void, and the Hell of Bones is also useful. If the skeleton hell and the former Lord of Hell are of the same lineage, then it can be said that the path that the Lord of Hell practiced has already shown into the unknown. But this should not have been done by the Lord of Hell. If it was done by the Lord of Hell, then with his strength, he should not have been killed so easily. If it wasn't done by the Lord of Hell, then he had already found the way, but encountered enemies on the way. Lin Moyu was secretly alert in her heart. Perhaps she would encounter enemies in the future. The great road of competition is also an inevitable path for me. Especially when one has many avenues, the danger is bound to be greater. Lin Moyu said, Thank you both for clearing up my confusion. I now understand. The third ancestor said, Would you like to consider my suggestion carefully? Lin Moyu smiled and said, I am only at the 7th level of Dao Zone now. It is still a long way to go before I can enter the Dao level. Don't worry. But I will consider your words carefully. The third ancestor hummed, Well, then, you have fulfilled your promise to me. Let's have a pleasant transaction. If you have any business in the future, you can come to me. Lin Moyu said, Then I'll take my leave. The king of the sea boundaries suddenly said, You called me here just for this? Lin Moyu laughed. Of course, not only that, the third ancestor has something else to say to you. The third ancestor snorted, Why are you in such a hurry? Listen carefully, I will tell you about the origin of the ancestral land. Hearing about the origin ancestral land, the king of the sea realm suddenly became alert and asked in surprise, "Brother Lin, do you remember what happened there?" Lin Moyu said, "Yes, I remember. I have already told the third ancestor." The third patriarch said, Come, I will tell you slowly." Lin Moyu left the Sanzu place and returned to the Shanqing official. The mall is still bustling. After hundreds of years, the mall has long since returned to its original state, and the incident involving Yin Shun has long been a thing of the past. From afar, Lin Moyu felt powerful auras, and many ancestors above the seventh realm gathered together. "Is Miss Lu Lian here?" Lin Moyu asked loudly. As soon as the words fell, Lu Lian instantly appeared beside Lin Moyu. Lu Lian had a cold face and asked calmly, "What's the matter?" Lin Moyu asked, "Is the Tianjiao conference being held again?" Lu Lian hummed, "The millennium has just arrived." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's good to join in the fun. I wonder who is hosting this Tianjiao conference." Lu Lian said, "Xiaohou Yuan." Lin Moyu said in a low voice, "Senior Xiaohou has come out of seclusion?" Lu Lian said, "Yes." Lu Lian's answer was crisp and clear, without a single superfluous word. Lin Moyu asked, "Can I go and take a look?" "Okay, do you need me to lead the way?" Lu Lian asked. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I'll go by myself." Lu Lian disappeared without a word. She was as resolute and decisive as the human emperor. Lin Moyu smiled and walked towards the venue of the Tianjiao conference. Now the human emperor is indeed no different from Lu Lian, but it is hard to say in the future. Under the illumination of the origin of Yin and Yang, the great world is evolving towards an independent world, and thousands of great ways will slowly take shape. In the process of evolution, all kinds of magical things will happen. The problems that have troubled Lin Moyu for countless years will be solved in this process. For example, the human emperor can evolve into a real living being, and we can create a technological avenue for him. The same can be done for Xing Lao. By allowing Xing Lao to escape from the big world and become a real living being, what was promised to Xing Lao and the human emperor can now be accomplished. What I have to consider now is whether I should bring Yudao City back to the big world. For a moment, Lin Moyu was a little undecided. After some thought, he decided to wait until the big world was completed and transformed before making a decision. Walking along the street, we arrived at the venue of the Tianjiao People's Meeting. This is a courtyard. The gate of the courtyard has been closed for a long time. A formation covers the courtyard and no one is allowed to enter. Lin Moyu only took a glance and saw through the formation. This formation is divided into two layers. The upper layer is prepared for the ancestors. The ancestors can see the performance of the players. The next level is the contestant area. Thinking back to the last time when I attended the Tianjiao conference, these old ancestors were up there, including Li Zhao, watching, observing the various performances of the young people. Lin Moyu casually drew a rune, and the closed formation immediately opened a channel for him. To him, this formation was like child's play and could be easily broken. Lin Moyu entered the formation silently and came directly to the second level. On the second floor, more than a dozen ancestors above the seventh realm sat there, watching the performance of the young people below and commenting from time to time. No one noticed that there were 10 more people here. Lin Moyu also looked down and saw many familiar faces as well as some unfamiliar ones. Xiaohou Yuan was presiding over the assessment, and the content of the assessment seemed to be similar to the last time. The aura of Xiaohou Yuan was much stronger than before. Lin Moyu knew that Xiaohou Yuan had already started to cultivate the Dao pattern and had made some achievements. A moment later, an assessment began. Xiaohou Yuan returned to the upper level. He looked back and laughed. "That fellow Taoist Lin, you are back." Following Xiaohou Yuan's voice, the ancestors realized that there was one more person here, and they knew nothing about it. Everyone was shocked and felt in awe of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Congratulations, Senior Xiaohou, your transition to cultivation went smoothly." Xiao Yuan chuckled and said, I can't compare with fellow Taoist Lin. After all, I took the wrong road. If I want to go back now, there will be many problems. Lin Moyu said, the third ancestor has figured it out. These problems can be solved. As he spoke, Lin Moyu had already come to Xiao Yuan's side. To the other ancestors, Lin Moyu just smiled slightly as a greeting. Whether in terms of strength or mentality, Lin Moyu and these ancestors are no longer on the same level. The two parties are in different positions, so there is no need to be too hypocritical and polite. Of all the people here, only Xiao Yuan was not worth communicating with. Suddenly someone shouted, I remember, you were here at the last Tianjiao conference. There was also an old ancestor who said, yes, your name is Lin Moyu. At the last Tianjiao conference, you were not yet Dao Zun. When these words came out, all the ancestors widened their eyes. The last time the Tianjiao conference took place, he was not yet Dao Zun. At the Tianjiao conference 1,000 years later, Lin Moyu had already become a 7th-level ancestor. After 1,000 years, he not only became a Taoist master, but also crossed 7 realms. Is he still a human? Besides being shocked, they were also deeply horrified. They simply couldn't believe what they saw before their eyes. Xiao Yuan laughed and said, Friend Lin, you scared them all. Lin Moyu said casually, they are all ancestors, don't they look so frightened? Xiao Yuan said, Ancestor is also a human being, there are always weak points. You have cultivated for such a short time, and they have cultivated for such a long time. In comparison, it would be strange if you are not scared. Lin Moyu shook her head and changed the subject, let's not talk about this. Are there any outstanding people among the geniuses this time? Xiao Yuan said, since ancient times, the most outstanding person is you. Lin Moyu said, please don't make fun of me. I think this guy is not bad. During the past 1,000 years, many new talents have emerged, and among the geniuses who came here this time, there are quite a few newcomers. Although they are only at the Dao Zun level, their foundation is quite good. Xiao Yuan said, the third ancestor said that the curtain of an era is about to be opened, and glory will come again, and there will always be some geniuses. Lin Moyu smiled and said, a genius must survive to be considered a true genius. Those who cannot survive are useless. Lin Moyu naturally understood that the world was about to undergo a drastic change. The power that enveloped the origin continent began to loosen, restrictions were eased, and luck was rising, so naturally some talents would be born. This kind of genius born in response to the times is often amazing, becoming the next wave and constantly surpassing the previous wave. However, most of the waves will eventually be submerged by the sea and disappear without a trace. In that brilliant era, wasn't the most powerful son of destiny also sacrificed by the great Tao? We are all ants under the avenue, only by jumping out of the avenue can we fight for a chance of survival. If one wants to jump out of the great Tao, becoming the Tao Master is the first step. Lin Moyu thought that the Lord of Hell back then also wanted to jump out of the avenue, but unfortunately he failed to do so. Xiao Yuan asked, how is that girl? Lin Moyu said, she has been placed in Shizhou. I gave her the precious land that Master Ku Rong used for the reincarnation of spiritual plants. This should speed up her recovery. Xiao Yuan knew about Master Ku Rong's affairs, and laughed, fellow Taoist Lin's methods are really shocking. Lin Moyu said, I was forced to do this. If possible, who would want to be enemies with that kind of existence? But there is no other way. I can't just sit there and wait for death. It was his own fault. He wanted to overpower me, but he didn't expect that not only did he fail to crush me to death, he also injured himself. Xiao Yuan smiled and said, that's true. Master Ku Rong had made many plans, but he didn't expect that fellow Taoist Lin would be so difficult to deal with. The two of them were chatting as if no one was around, and what they talked about made the ancestors' scalps tingle. They instinctively don't want to listen, but they can't help but listen. The two chatted for a while, and Lin Moyu said softly, dramatic changes are coming. Senior Xiaohu should hurry up and follow the third ancestor. Xiahou Yuan laughed. Of course, my current achievements are all thanks to the third ancestor. Then, Beth, I wish you success in entering the great Dao realm. After Lin Moyu finished speaking, he said goodbye to Xiahou Yuan. After this farewell, I don't know when we will meet again. Amidst the dramatic changes in heaven and earth, Xiahou Yuan didn't know whether he could enter the great Dao realm. When people come from heaven and various forces come to fight for it, the third ancestor will certainly not be idle. The entire origin continent will inevitably undergo a major reshuffle. If Xiahou Yuan fails to enter the Dao realm, it is unknown whether he can survive this reshuffle. Lin Moyu felt that the origin continent would not be peaceful after the drastic changes. While chatting with Xiahou Yuan, Lin Moyu also took a look at the Tianjiao conference. Although there were some talented people, they were far inferior to himself. Not to mention compared with myself, even compared with someone like the Fairy Lotus Saint, I am still far behind. Lu Fengyao did not come to participate this time, and the third ancestor had a new arrangement for her. The third ancestor has always looked upon Lu Fengyao with special eyes and cultivated him with great care. It is obvious that the third ancestor will give full authority to Lu Fengyao to manage the Chamber of Commerce on the origin continent in the future. In fact, Lin Moyu didn't know why the third ancestor chose Lu Fengyao alone. Although Lu Fengyao was talented, she was not talented enough to be treated like this by the third ancestor. This matter is indeed very puzzling, but it is the family affair of the third ancestor and Lin Moyu has no right to interfere. After leaving the mall, Lin Moyu returned to Yudao City with a lot of gains. I haven't been back to Yudao City for hundreds of years. It's time to go back and see how the little girls have become. It's been hundreds of years, and Yudao City should have changed a lot. Lin Moyu couldn't help but smile. In the space of the third ancestor, the king of the sea realm listened to the third ancestor's words, and his face was full of contemplation. I didn't expect that Brother Lin would actually enter that place. The third ancestor said, I really can't believe it. I don't know much about that place, but you should know more, Old Black. The king of the sea realm said, I don't know much. After all, I haven't touched that level yet. The ancestor won't tell me too much. Why not ask the Demon King? He should know more. After all, his ancestor was born from the origin of Taoism. The king of the sea boundary said, that's fine too, I'll call him over. An hour later, the Demon King also arrived at the third ancestor's space. The third ancestor shared all the information with the Demon King, who said in a deep voice, my ancestor once thought of moving his path towards that place. He himself also tried to go in, but was unsuccessful. Not only did he fail, he was also ambushed on the way and nearly died. After returning, he was unable to recover and ultimately lost his body as a Taoist master. According to our ancestors, to enter there, one needs a special thing, but they didn't say what it was. The three Dao realms fell into deep thought. That place was so dangerous that even the origin Dao master couldn't get in. How did Lin Moyu get in? Unable to figure it out, the king of the sea boundary expressed a guess. Is it that person who helped Brother Lin get in? I really can't think of it. It seems that this is the only possibility. After more than 500 years, Yudao City has become more prosperous. It has become a paradise on earth. There are no disputes and everything is in order. Some people were fed up with the fighting and killing outside and came here to settle down. During the past 500 years, the Dongling Empire launched another large-scale sweep. In the entire Dongzhou land, only the Shanqing and Yudao City were not damaged. The reason why Antares launched the sweep was simple. It was to clean out the Dao masters in Dongzhou who did not belong to the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Doing so could bring a slight advantage to his territory. This was something he and the third ancestor had discussed. Both sides could benefit, and the ones who would suffer were the human race in South Continent and the demon race in North Continent. Yin Shun has left Dongzhou in the past few hundred years, and no one knows what he is doing. Over the years, Ing Shun's power has been hidden very deeply, so deeply that even the third ancestor didn't know how he set up his plan, but it was certain that he had a plan. The Buddhist clan has the largest territory in Shizhou, and the Dragon clan and insects check and balance each other. In addition, the territory that used to belong to the Netherworld clan and Master Ku Rong now belongs to Antares. Antares sent out a large number of spirit beasts to occupy that land. At the same time, all the spirit beasts in Shizhou were gathered there. Today, Shizhou is divided into 4 parts. Only in Beizhou, the Demon King's rule is still strong, and the layout laid out over so many years is difficult to break. Lin Moyu appeared silently in Yudao City. Only a few breaths after he left, the human emperor appeared beside Lin Moyu. Looking at the prosperous Yudao City, Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work." The emperor shook his head and said, "I enjoy it." The human emperor was very happy to see the people in the big world practicing and improving in Yudao City, becoming stronger and stronger. He used to be Xiao Zhantian, the god of war of the human race in the big world, and he gave everything for the human race in the big world. Hoping that the human race in the big world would be happy and powerful has almost become his obsession. Lin Moyu walked slowly in Yudao City. You should have felt the changes in the big world. The human emperor hummed, "I have a feeling that the world seems to be undergoing an unprecedented change." Lin Moyu said, "I have gained a lot from entering the origin ancestral land this time. The promotion of the great world this time is of extraordinary significance. This is good news for you and me, but there are also some problems I want to discuss with you." The human emperor said, "Master, please speak." He could sense that what Lin Moyu wanted to discuss was of great importance. Lin Moyu said, "The big world already has its own yin and yang origin. In the future, the big world will evolve into an independent world like the origin continent, with its own avenues and its own spiritual veins, and no longer need to rely on external objects. I'm wondering whether I should take Yudao City back to the big world, or let it stay on the origin continent. As the world evolves, the problems you and Xing Lao have will be solved. I will open up 2 avenues for you. I have already thought of the names. Your avenue is the avenue of science and technology, and Xing Lao's avenue is the avenue of magic." Lin Moyu repeated his thoughts, and the human emperor listened with fascination. The human emperor said, "The realm master must have his own ideas. One thing that has been proven over the years is that what the realm master thinks is correct." Lin Moyu smiled and shook her head. "How did you learn to flatter?" The human emperor said, "Perhaps it is because I have evolved into a living being." Lin Moyu laughed. "In that case, whether it is right or wrong, the decision is up to me." The human emperor said, "You are the realm master, so it is naturally up to you to decide." Lin Moyu felt that the human emperor was about to turn into an old fox like the third ancestor, and everything he said was flawless. But there is actually nothing wrong with what the human emperor said. All of the human emperor's decisions are calculated through infinite data. What the world is facing now is not supported by any data for the human emperor, so it is difficult for him to make calculations. Judging from past experience, Lin Moyu's decisions were indeed correct. Then the best way is to trust Lin Moyu's decision. More and more people are coming out from the big world. The earliest batch of people who came here, such as Hao Xingzuan, have already reached the peak of heavenly venerate and are only one step away from being Dao venerate. Perhaps with just one opportunity, they could become Dao Zun. The reason they could cultivate so quickly was not only due to the full support of the original spiritual vein, but also because Kai Moyu generously allowed them to use the silver tree dog. If any treasure is needed to assist in cultivation, the human emperor will purchase it directly through the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, basically ensuring that you are fully supplied. Everything is moving in the direction of perfection. When I returned to my yard, before I entered, I heard the hearty laughter of Xiao Yuan and others. When I pushed the door open, I saw Xiao Wu and 3 other friends sitting together playing cards. There were white paper strips stuck on the faces of the 4 people, covering most of their faces. The more white paper strips there were, the more miserable their loss was. Request flowers. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the four of them turned their heads at the same time. Seeing Lin Moyu, Xiao Meng threw the cards in his hand and said, "Master." With a scream, Xiao Wu rushed to Lin Moyu and held on tightly. "Teacher." "Father." Xiao Mei, Xiao Ye, and Xiao Wu all stood up. They looked excited, and their big watery eyes stared straight at Lin Moyu. They were not as direct as Xiao Wu. No matter how excited they would never rush over and hang on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Your cultivation is good. It seems that you haven't been lazy in these years." Xiao Wu whispered in Lin Moyu's ear, "Sister Xiao Mei is very strict. Who dares to be lazy?" At this time, Xiao Wu has already stepped firmly into the fourth realm of Daozuan, Xiao Ye has entered the realm of Tianzuan, and Xiao Mei has also reached the realm of Supreme, only one step away from Tianzuan. Even the laziest Xiao Wu has reached the third level of Daozun. Xiao Mei deserves the title of supervisor. Although the few of them were practicing very fast, Lin Moyu still felt that it was not enough. In the yard, Xiao Mei made tea for Lin Moyu, while Xiao Wu and Xiao Ye prepared snacks, and the four of them surrounded Lin Moyu and chatted nonstop. Lin Moyu told them about his experience in the ancestral land. He spoke very simply and with a sense of ease, but how dangerous it was in reality was known only to Song Lin Moyu himself. If someone else came here, the original creatures in the origin of the sun and the moon might be enough to take their lives, not to mention that they could kill the original creatures and condense the origin of yin and yang, which is simply a fantasy. Xiao Mei asked, "Teacher, how long do you plan to stay this time?" Lin Moyu said, "I won't be here for long. I feel that a dramatic change in the world is coming. This is a trend that cannot be reversed. If a teacher wants to lead this drastic change in the world, then he must personally guide the drastic change to happen, rather than passively waiting for the drastic change to come." Xiao Mei knew a little bit. "Teacher, what are you going to do?" Lin Moyu said, "I don't know whether what I am thinking is right or wrong yet. I will know it only after I do it. But before that, I have to make some arrangements. Once the drastic changes in the world happen, if I really become the leader, you will definitely get a lot of benefits due to the cause and effect. If this is true, you must seize the opportunity and soar into the sky. In the midst of drastic changes, miracles will become the norm, and all impossibilities will become possible." Lin Moyu chatted with a few people for a while, asked them about what had happened in the past few years, and then he began to set up the formation. He used Dao realm materials as ink to draw out complex divine symbols. The divine symbols were combined and connected with each other to form a peculiar formation. This formation was created by Lin Moyu himself, and there was no precedent, so Lin Moyu set it up very slowly, and it took him 10 days to complete it. Since returning from his ancestral land, Lin Moyu's understanding of the divine talisman has reached a higher level after he had the experience of deducing the divine talisman. He began to get rid of his previous formation thinking and started to create his own formation according to his own needs. The scale of this formation is not large, it only covers this courtyard. But its role is not small. The formation is connected to the original spiritual vein under the earth. The original spiritual vein and the origin of the sun and the moon provide power to the formation at the same time, making the power of the formation endless and inexhaustible. The formation was activated 193, a large number of magic symbols shone brightly, and the space in the yard was suddenly magnified hundreds of times, becoming extremely spacious. Powerful original force came one after another, and the original force in the whole yard became more and more dense. Practicing here would be twice as effective with half the effort. Lin Moyu waved his hand and a large amount of silver sap flew out. The ground in the yard sank and the silver sap fell down and turned into a lake. Then several leaves of the world tree appeared in the silver lake and turned into cushions. Hundreds of legion commanders flew out, sank into the lake and hid themselves. After arranging all this, Lin Moyu drew the talisman again, and 4 identical talismans flew out from his hand, condensed into shape, and turned into 4 pieces of jade. 4 pieces of jade flew into the hands of Xiao Mei and the other 3. Lin Moyu whispered, "Drop blood, refine it." The four of them did as they were told and immediately dripped blood on the jade piece. The jade pieces, transformed by the magic talisman, turned into flowing water and merged into their bodies. From that moment on, a connection was established between them and the formation. Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes and said, "Master, what's the use of this Chinese film?" Lin Moyu said, "With this jade piece, as long as you are still within the range of the origin spirit vein, you can return here with just a thought. At the same time, if you encounter danger, the jade piece will trigger the power of the formation to bring you back. Of course, you can't go too far away. During the time when Master is away, no matter what happens in the outside world, you should not worry about it. Just practice here with peace of mind." Xiao Mei asked, "Will those people really come down by then?" Lin Moyu said, "They will come down, but they won't be too strong. Although these arrangements made by the Master cannot stop them all, they can at least stop them for a while. Besides, the three ancestors are here, they won't mess around. Their real goal will be somewhere else, you don't have to worry about it. The human emperor will handle the affairs of Yudao City. You just need to practice with peace of mind. If the Great Tao descends, the formation will draw on the power of the Great Tao, allowing you to practice even faster. Remember, no matter what time it is, strength comes first. As long as you are strong enough, no one can bully you." Lin Moyu's words were so earnest that they were remembered by several people. As far as they could remember, Lin Yu rarely spoke to them in such a serious manner. Obviously, the upcoming upheaval in heaven and earth is not that simple. Xiaoye asked, "Teacher, will it be dangerous for you to go there?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I don't know, everything in the future is unknown, but I think about the strength of the Master, so I'm not tired of asking questions." Xiao Wu said, "Father, I want to plant some fruit for you." Lin Moyu refused directly, "No, the karma on me is too big for you to plant. Even if you plant it by force, it will not only be of no help to me, but will also harm yourself and the people related to you." Seeing Lin Moyu say this, Xiao Wu had no choice but to give up. She knew that Lin Moyu would not lie to her, and she could only blame herself for not being strong enough. If she were at the Tao realm, if she could fully comprehend the Tao of cause and effect, perhaps she could help Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said, "No one can come in here except the four of you. If you have friends, don't think about bringing them in out of kindness. You can't bring them in." Lin Moyu's formation this time is extremely strict and does not allow any outsiders to come in. He was just worried that if Xiao Wu and the others were too kind-hearted, it might bring disaster upon himself. Ain Shun's whereabouts have been unknown for these years, and Lin Moyu knows that guy must be planning something. "I treated him like this before, and although he said he would not do anything to me, it is hard to say whether he would do anything to others. Moreover, if Ain Shun did it, it must have been in secret, and it is very likely that he used someone else's hands instead of doing it himself. If Ain Shun was interested, he could find out about Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. They have made many friends in Yudao City over the years, so Lin Moyu could only set such strict requirements. Sometimes, you have to be selfish. Lin Moyu is only responsible for his own people. As for others, he is too lazy to care." After arranging everything, Moyu began to preach. Xiao Wu and the other three sat on a cushion made of leaves from the world. A lake made of silver sap was emitting silver light, which fell on the four of them. This sermon was the longest one Lin Moyu had ever given, lasting a full 1,000 days, nearly 3 years. This sermon was enough for them to digest for a long time. 1,000 days later, Lin Moyu left silently. The four people were still in the process of enlightenment and had no idea that Lin Moyu was gone. After leaving Yudao City, Lin Moyu contacted Antares through Dragon Scale and headed to the Dumbling Empire. Antares was still lying there, looking lazy, as if he was asleep. When he came to the Dumbling Empire, he moved the entire ancient battlefield here. After staying in the ancient battlefield for so many years, Antares has become accustomed to it. When Lin Moyu came to the Eastern Spirit Empire again, he found that there were fewer spiritual beasts in the Eastern Spirit Empire. Antares has obviously also made some arrangements to deal with the upcoming dramatic changes in the world. After passing through the natural formation, Lin Moyu saw Antares again. Antares lazily opened half of his eyes. Are you back? Is the origin land fun? Lin Moyu chuckled. It's quite fun. He snapped his fingers, and brilliant fireworks exploded in the air. At the same time, water dragons flew in the sky, interweaving with the fireworks to form a gorgeous picture. Then the wind rose, the clouds fell, and several avenues appeared in a line. Lin Mo 1.2's comprehension of these great principles was not deep. He had only touched the surface, and they were good-looking but not practical. Antares smiled and said, "Life will be interesting only if you know a little bit about everything." Lin Moyu looked at the big guy and asked, "Did you get these when you went to the origin ancestral land before?" Antares shook his head. "Of course, not only that, I have learned a lot in the ancestral land of origin, but unfortunately, I was not strong enough at that time and could not set foot on the road." Lin Moyu said, "It doesn't matter whether you step on it or not, you can't get there anyway." Antares raised his head suddenly. "You went in there? Is that true?" Lin Moyu said as if it was a matter of course. "Of course. Do you think I'm like you?" Antares seemed unconvinced. "TSK, you are not as powerful as me." "Then tell me, what's going on in there?" Lin Moyu chatted with a few people for a while, asked them about what had happened in the past few years, and then he began to set up the formation. He used Dao realm materials as ink to draw out complex divine symbols. The divine symbols were combined and connected with each other to form a peculiar formation. This formation was created by Lin Moyu himself, and there was no precedent, so Lin Moyu set it up very slowly, and it took him 10 days to complete it. Since returning from his ancestral land, Lin Moyu's understanding of the divine talisman has reached a higher level after he had the experience of deducing the divine talisman. He began to get rid of his previous formation thinking and started to create his own formation according to his own needs. The scale of this formation is not large, it only covers this courtyard. But its role is not small. The formation is connected to the original spiritual vein under the earth. The original spiritual vein and the origin of the sun and the moon provide power to the formation at the same time, making the power of the formation endless and inexhaustible. The formation was activated 193, a large number of magic symbols shone brightly, and the space in the yard was suddenly magnified hundreds of times, becoming extremely spacious. Powerful original force came one after another, and the original force in the whole yard became more and more dense. Practicing here would be twice as effective with half the effort. Lin Moyu waved his hand and a large amount of silver sap flew out. The ground in the yard sank and the silver sap fell down and turned into a lake. Then several leaves of the world tree appeared in the silver lake and turned into cushions. Hundreds of legion commanders flew out, sank into the lake and hid themselves. After arranging all this, Lin Moyu drew the talisman again, and 4 identical talismans flew out from his hand, condensed into shape, and turned into 4 pieces of jade. 4 pieces of jade flew into the hands of Xiaomei and the other 3. Lin Moyu whispered, "Drop blood, refine it." The 4 of them did as they were told and immediately dripped blood on the jade piece. The jade pieces, transformed by the magic talisman, turned into flowing water and merged into their bodies. From that moment on, a connection was established between them and the formation. Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes and said, "Master, what's the use of this Chinese film?" Lin Moyu said, "With this jade piece, as long as you are still within the range of the origin spirit vein, you can return here with just a thought. At the same time, if you encounter danger, the jade piece will trigger the power of the formation to bring you back. Of course, you can't go too far away. During the time when Master is away, no matter what happens in the outside world, you should not worry about it. Just practice here with peace of mind." Xiaomei asked, "Will those people really come down by then?" Lin Moyu said, "They will come down, but they won't be too strong. Although these arrangements made by the Master cannot stop them all, they can at least stop them for a while. Besides, the 3 ancestors are here, they won't mess around. Their real goal will be somewhere else, you don't have to worry about it." The human emperor will handle the affairs of Yudao City. You just need to practice with peace of mind. If the Great Tao descends, the formation will draw on the power of the Great Tao, allowing you to practice even faster. Remember, no matter what time it is, strength comes first. As long as you are strong enough, no one can bully you. Lin Moyu's words were so earnest that they were remembered by several people. As far as they could remember, Lin Yu rarely spoke to them in such a serious manner. Obviously, the upcoming upheaval in heaven and earth is not that simple. Xiaoye asked, "Teacher, will it be dangerous for you to go there?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I don't know, everything in the future is unknown, but I think about the strength of the master, so I'm not tired of asking questions." Xiao Wu said, "Father, I want to plant some fruit for you." Lin Moyu refused directly. "No, the karma on me is too big for you to plant. Even if you plant it by force, it will not only be of no help to me, but will also harm yourself and the people related to you." Seeing Lin Moyu say this, Xiao Wu had no choice but to give up. She knew that Lin Moyu would not lie to her, and she could only blame herself for not being strong enough. If she were at the Tao realm, if she could fully comprehend the Tao of cause and effect, perhaps she could help Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said, "No one can come in here except the four of you. If you have friends, don't think about bringing them in out of kindness. You can't bring them in." Lin Moyu's formation this time is extremely strict and does not allow any outsiders to come in. He was just worried that if Xiao Wu and the others were too kind-hearted, it might bring disaster upon himself. Ain Shun's whereabouts have been unknown for these years, and Lin Moyu knows that guy must be planning something. "I treated him like this before, and although he said he would not do anything to me, it is hard to say whether he would do anything to others. Moreover, if Ain Shun did it, it must have been in secret, and it is very likely that he used someone else's hands instead of doing it himself. If Ain Shun was interested, he could find out about Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. They have made many friends in Yudao City over the years, so Lin Moyu could only set such strict requirements. Sometimes, you have to be selfish. Lin Moyu is only responsible for his own people. As for others, he is too lazy to care." After arranging everything, Moyu began to preach. Xiao Wu and the other three sat on a cushion made of leaves from the world. A lake made of silver sap was emitting silver light, which fell on the four of them. This sermon was the longest one Lin Moyu had ever given, lasting a full 1,000 days, nearly 3 years. This sermon was enough for them to digest for a long time. 1,000 days later, Lin Moyu left silently. The four people were still in the process of enlightenment and had no idea that Lin Moyu was gone. After leaving Yudao City, Lin Moyu contacted Antares through Dragon Scale and headed to the Dumbling Empire. Antares was still lying there, looking lazy, as if he was asleep. When he came to the Dumbling Empire, he moved the entire ancient battlefield here. After staying in the ancient battlefield for so many years, Antares has become accustomed to it. When Lin Moyu came to the Eastern Spirit Empire again, he found that there were fewer spiritual beasts in the Eastern Spirit Empire. Antares has obviously also made some arrangements to deal with the upcoming dramatic changes in the world. After passing through the natural formation, Lin Moyu saw Antares again. Antares lazily opened half of his eyes. "Are you back? Is the Origin Land fun?" Lin Moyu chuckled. "It's quite fun." He snapped his fingers, and brilliant fireworks exploded in the air. At the same time, water dragons flew in the sky, interweaving with the fireworks to form a gorgeous picture. Then the wind rose, the clouds fell, and several avenues appeared in a line. Here? Lin Mo 1.2's comprehension of these great principles was not deep. He had only touched the surface, and they were good-looking but not practical. Antares smiled and said, "Life will be interesting only if you know a little bit about everything." Lin Moyu looked at the big guy and asked, "Did you get these when you went to the Origin Ancestral Land before?" Antares shook his head. "Of course, not only that, I have learned a lot in the Ancestral Land of Origin, but unfortunately, I was not strong enough at that time and could not set foot on the road." Lin Moyu said, "It doesn't matter whether you step on it or not, you can't get there anyway." Antares raised his head suddenly. You went in there? Is that true? Lin Moyu said as if it was a matter of course. Of course. Do you think I'm like you? Antares seemed unconvinced. TSK, you are not as powerful as me. Then tell me, what's going on in T? Antares' mouth was as hard as his dragon scales. He would never give in. Even if Lin Moyu really went to that place, he would still be tough. To Antares, Lin Moyu was the only one who knew everything and had nothing to hide. He told Antares the correct way to enter the unknown land and also described the situation in the unknown land in detail. After listening to this, Antares murmured, so this is how you get into that place. No wonder Zulong couldn't do anything about it back then. The Shenlong is the master of Yanglong Avenue. Yanglong Avenue also has thousands of projections. The Zulong in the origin continent is just one of the masters. After becoming the Tao master, they naturally think about competing for the Tao. They want to become the true Tao master and illuminate their own Tao into the unknown. Only in this way can their great path reach the heavens and the universe. Lin Moyu shook his head. It's different. Zulong wants to compete for the great Tao. Only when he becomes the true master of the great Tao will he have the opportunity to illuminate the great Tao to the unknown land. As for me, I entered the unknown land because I obtained the origin of Yin and Yang and passed the test. These are two completely different results. Antares laughed and said, you have always called that place the 15 unknown lands. Do you know what its real name is? Antares looked like he was asking for a beating as if to say, now you don't know what I am talking about. Lin Moyu said, the unknown land is just a name. I just need to know that this name represents that place. As for its specific name, it doesn't matter. I can even call it a garbage dump and it doesn't matter, just like your name is Antares, but your real name is not Antares. It's enough for me to know that Antares is you. Your real name doesn't matter. Antares was stunned for a moment, speechless. He was bickering with Lin Moyu, and he had never won against her. Lin Moyu said, if you are willing to tell me the name of that place, I would be happy to listen, and I have something else to ask you. Antares snorted, I won't tell you that the good place is called the Land of Return. Lin Moyu smiled. Antares' stubbornness was fully demonstrated at this moment. It turned out that the place was called the Land of Return, which was quite appropriate. This also echoes what the third patriarch said, that is the starting point of all origins and all great ends. It is also the place where everything originates and returns. Lin Moyu asked, I saw an eye there. The owner of the eye was very scary. The eye seemed to contain countless sun and moon essences. Do you know what that thing is? Lin Moyu's question made Antares fall silent. His eyes were thoughtful, as if he was recalling something. After a long time, Antares spoke again. I remember that when I entered the origin ancestral land, I was only at the 6th level of Dao Zun. I also vaguely felt that there is a terrifying existence above the avenue. The reason why I can feel it is because he has a similar aura to me. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. Similar aura? Antares nodded. Yes, similar aura. If I'm not mistaken, the other party may also be a dragon. Long? Lin Moyu's heart trembled as he recalled that eye. That eye does look a bit like a dragon's eye, but its existence is obviously stronger than that of the ancestral dragon. What could it be? However, this is just Antares' guess and cannot be confirmed. Lin Moyu whispered, I saw countless sun and moon origins in his eyes. I feel that the sun and moon origins may have been bred by him. If that's the case, then all the heavens and the worlds were created because of him? This guess is really bold. Could it be that all the heavens and the worlds, countless creatures, and countless worlds were born from one powerful creature? This is obviously not in line with reality. Even if Lin Moyu had a big heart, he wouldn't dare to guess like that. Antares was obviously shocked by Lin Moyu's guess. That shouldn't be the case. Lin Moyu said, everything is possible in the world. I think so for the time being, but the real reason may not be revealed until I become the master of the great Tao. But I also don't believe that there is any living being that can give birth to the heavens and myriad worlds. Lin Moyu really didn't believe it. If the owner of that eye was really so powerful, then what was the old man in green robe? How powerful can it be to be able to give birth to all the heavens and worlds? Can the old man in green robe still be its opponent? At least in that eye, Lin Moyu didn't think he would be stronger than the old man in green robe. Antares shook his head and said, all right, in this world, fists are everything. If you don't have the strength, it's useless to say those things. Lin Moyu was puzzled. After I entered the land of Guiyuan, I have been thinking about problems, but it seems like a layer of fog has blocked my thoughts, and I can't understand many things at all. Antares looked as if this was normal, and looked at Lin Moyu with his huge dragon eyes. What's so strange about this? This thing is called the mystery of the realm. If your realm is not high enough, you will be restricted by the rules of heaven and earth. If your soul level is not high enough, you won't even be able to understand these things. I finally understand. The origin ancestral land was originally prepared for the son of the sun and the son of the moon. Only they can refine the essence of the sun and the moon, and are qualified to enter the place of return. Otherwise, you can only enter after becoming the Lord of the Great Tao, but it's too hard to become the Lord of the Great Tao. You can't even become the Lord of the Projection Tao, let alone the Lord of the Great Tao. What Antares said was right. It was already extremely difficult to become a projection master, let alone a true master of the Tao. Moreover, even if one becomes the master of the Great Tao, it is still extremely difficult to reflect one's own Great Tao into the place of return to its origin. 367 If it were really that easy, there wouldn't have been only a few avenues in the origin land for countless years. At least the Yanlong Avenue that Antares practiced has not yet entered its place of origin. If Antares enters the soul void, he will be subject to many restrictions, and it will not be easy for him to move. Perhaps in the area where Yanlong Avenue has always been shining, his fighting ability is not bad. If Antares were in some areas not covered by Yanlong Avenue, his strength would be greatly weakened and he would be in danger. Compared to Antares, I am much better. The avenue of immortality, the avenue of time, and the avenue of strength have all been reflected in the place of return to their origin, and the power of the heavenly Tao has spread throughout the heavens, myriad worlds, and the void of the soul. This is the benefit of understanding multiple avenues. Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't say anything, Antares couldn't help but ask, the upheaval of heaven and earth is getting closer and closer. You said before that you want to lead the upheaval of heaven and earth. How do you lead it? Lin Moyu smiled slightly. I came to you this time just to go with you. If my guess is correct, we can gain great benefits from the dramatic changes in the world this time. Antares trusted Lin Moyu unconditionally. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say. Lin Moyu said, then let's go to the big whirlpool. Antares hummed and said, come up, the circle will take you flying. Antares shuttled through the black clouds and headed straight for the whirlpool. He chose to believe Lin Moyu without any nonsense, but was a little curious. Lin boy, you said there is a secret under the whirlpool. Lin Moyu nodded. There is a sealing formation under the Jiefu, which seals the remnants of the origin catastrophe. It's like a huge scar. If we want the origin continent to recover, we have to smooth it out. Antares said, I know about that seal formation, but I have never seen it with my own eyes. If I am not mistaken, the force that the king of the sea boundary is with is here to guard that formation. According to what you said, if you want to go to the sealing formation, shouldn't you say hello to him first? Lin Moyu shook his head. No need, we can go in from the big whirlpool and go straight to the inside of the seal. Antares frowned slightly. There is a very strong formation in the whirlpool. I have seen it before. It is not easy to break. Lin Moyu hummed. Before I entered the origin ancestral land, I was really helpless with this formation, but now I can give it a try. If that doesn't work, I'll try other methods. Antares' dragon head was bent, and one eye was looking at Lin Moyu. Sometimes I really wonder if you are the reincarnation of a Taoist master from the past. Your cultivation speed is really too fast. Lin Moyu laughed. I have thought about this question too. Someone once said that I might be the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell, but for now, I am just me. Even if I am the reincarnation of some powerful being, I am still just me. What happened in the past is in the past and it doesn't matter. And Terry said, well, if you say it's not important, then it's not important. Lin Moyu asked, on the contrary, if you gain enough benefits from the dramatic changes in the world and take that step, what are you going to do next? And Terry snorted coldly, what else can I do? I will fight back to Tianwai Avenue. I will not let any of those guys go. Lin Moyu said, can you really bear to kill one's own people? And Terry said, why can't I do it? When they treated me like that, they were no longer my people. Lin Moyu knew the story of Antares. If it were him, he would probably fight back and kill everyone. In Lin Moyu's eyes, there are only three kinds of living beings in the world: friends, strangers, and enemies. He has a firm heart and never has useless thoughts of being too kind, nor is he too compassionate. Even if sympathy arises occasionally, it is because what happens next may be beneficial to oneself. Advantages are not inherent, but are the result of cause and effect. At his level, cause and effect are more important. Passing through the dark clouds, covered with thunder and lightning, Antares came to the maelstrom again. Looking at the whirlpools of different sizes, Lin Moyu had a new feeling. These whirlpools are distributed over the boundary sea, and their positions hardly change. It is itself a large formation. Fortunately, this formation was not complicated. Moyu had an idea in mind after just a few glances. He casually drew a few talismans and threw them into the sea of boundary. This seemingly random action has actually greatly weakened the effect of this formation. A dragon and a man flew around the central vortex for several circles. Lin Moyu cast hundreds of magic talismans. On the surface, the formation seemed to be powerless, but once Lin Moyu activated the magic talismans, the power of the formation could at least be reduced by half. Finally, Antares arrived at the central vortex, but before they could get close, a ferocious-looking array spirit emerged from the vortex. It is a formation spirit, but it has lost its sanity and turned into an evil spirit. Its state is similar to that of a weapon spirit that has turned into an evil spirit. It is no longer able to communicate and has lost its rationality. Anyone who approaches the formation is its enemy, and it will attack indiscriminately. Lin Moyu understood the significance of doing this. In this way, there would be no breakthrough in this formation. If he wanted to enter the central vortex, he had to get rid of the formation spirit, which meant he had to face this formation. Antares said, this array spirit is very powerful. I tried it when I first came here. It can draw power from the boundary sea. Even I can't do anything to it. Antares can only exert a small part of his strength in the origin continent. In this situation, he can't do anything to the formation spirit. Lin Moyu said, it's a small matter, I will take care of it. He had already seen the formation in the central vortex and knew how to deal with it. With a thought, the talisman that had been thrown into the sea of boundary was immediately activated. Rays of light emerged from the sea of boundaries and reached the sky. Hundreds of rays of light formed a divine symbol in the black cloud, and the divine symbol was located right above the central vortex. As Lin Moyu's mind moved, the talisman came crashing down and hit the central vortex. The formation spirit in the central vortex let out a sharp roar, and streams of water rushed out, turning into spears and stabbing towards the talisman. Boom! The talisman vibrated for a moment, then crushed countless spears and rushed into the central vortex. The cries of the formation spirit became increasingly unpleasant. The entire central vortex was glowing, and the formation was fully activated. However, due to Lin Moyu's previous arrangements, this formation was not as strong as imagined, and was even a little weak. The formation spirit screamed and yelled, but no matter how it screamed, it was of no use. Lin Moyu either doesn't take action, or once she does, the outcome is already determined. Lin Moyu said, I cut off the connection between it and the boundary sea. Antares saw what Lin Moyu did and said, but your talisman will not last long in the sea of boundaries. Lin Moyu nodded. From activation to destruction, it took about 10 minutes, which is enough. As he spoke, he pointed his finger and the Hell of Bones fell into the whirlpool. The central vortex contains a powerful tearing force, enough to tear apart a Tao master below the 7th realm. This tearing force is 10 times as powerful as nothing in front of the current Hell of Bones. The skeleton hell shows what it means to eat everything, even array spirits. However, Lin Moyu had no intention of letting the skeleton hell eat the formation spirit. Now this formation spirit still has its meaning of existence. The skeleton hell trapped the spirits. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Let's go in." Antares rushed into the central vortex without hesitation. Without the interference of the formation spirit, the danger in the central vortex was greatly reduced. In the central vortex, a large formation was activated, and it automatically launched an attack towards Antares. Dense red lightning struck him head-on, and Antares took it all, while shouting, "Exciting, exciting." The attack power of these lightning bolts is very strong, almost surpassing the Dao Zone realm. Even without the formation spirit, no Dao master could safely pass through the formation. The depth of the boundary sea exceeds 1 million meters, which means that the depth of this vortex may also exceed 1 million meters. At this time, the formation has just begun. Lin Moyu observed the formation in the vortex and continued to draw divine symbols. As the divine talismans were integrated into the formation, the power of the formation began to gradually weaken. Lin Moyu used his own method to break the formation. He did not destroy the formation, but tried to gain control of it. Antares shouted, "Don't bother with that. Just rush to the garden." Although Antares cannot exert his full combat power, his real body is here, with thick skin and strong flesh, and he doesn't care about the attacks in the formation at all. Lin Moyu said, "It's better to be careful, no one knows what's going on down there." Antares took the attack, while Lin Moyu continued to weaken the formation and gradually took control of the formation in his own hands. "Once I get the formation, I can use the formation spirit for my own purposes. That is why I keep it alive." Lin Moyu had a feeling that this formation was not as simple as it seemed. It not only seals the extraterritorial gods at the bottom of the sea, but also has other purposes. With the strength of this formation, the extraterritorial gods at the bottom of the sea should not be able to leak their aura. Even after years of wear and tear, this formation still has the ability to repair itself. However, in fact, the breath of the extraterritorial god was indeed leaked, which caused the creatures in the boundary sea near the big whirlpool to undergo changes. The deeper he went into the formation, the more Lin Moyu felt that this shouldn't be the case. Antares continued to sink in the whirlpool. Soon the depth exceeded 500,000 meters, and Lin Moyu finally saw some changes in the formation. Another formation appeared within the original formation. "Stop!" Lin Moyu shouted softly, and Antares stopped instantly. "What's wrong?" Lin Moyu said, "There is something wrong with the formation. Someone has tampered with it." Antares instinctively asked, "What happened?" 930 inch. Although he was also familiar with formations, he was far inferior to Lin Moyu and could not see anything at all. Lin Moyu said, "Let me take a look." Lin Moyu used all his eyesight to observe the formation. One after another, extremely complex talismans were disassembled in his sight. The person who set up this formation was very powerful, and the formation he set up was almost perfect. But the person who tampered with this formation is equally powerful. Into the original formation, another formation was integrated. The emergence of this formation caused some minor changes to the original formation. The original formation was to absorb external forces and seal the bottom of the sea. After integrating into the new formation, the function of the original formation remains unchanged, but when absorbing external forces, there is one more direction. It will also absorb the power of the extraterritorial gods within the sealed town. This absorbed power is not strong, and the absorbed power will be sealed. During this process, the power of the extraterritorial gods leaked out, affecting the creatures in the nearby sea. Lin Moyu separated the two formations, then pointed in a direction, "Go there." Antares did not hesitate, and rushed over to where Lin Moyu pointed. The space inside the vortex is not small, enough for Antares to move around. Following Lin Moyu's instructions, he got closer and closer to the formation, almost sticking to it. At this time Lin Moyu called for a stop again, and Antares stopped very obediently. In the formation, thunder kept coming, but Antares endured it all without frowning. To him, this level of attack was like a tickle and posed no threat at all. Lin Moyu quickly drew the talismans, one after another. Dozens of talismans flew out, and a passage appeared in the formation again. "Go in." Antares rushed into the passage with Lin Moyu, went down along the passage, and soon came to a strange space. "What is this place?" Antares frowned. This space made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Especially the large number of fist-sized beads floating in the space made him feel disgusted. Lin Moyu said, "Someone has tampered with this town ceiling formation. Over the years, the formation has been absorbing the power of the gods from outside the domain and gathering it here. These beads were absorbed from the gods from outside the domain." Antares asked, "Who did it?" "Why?" Lin Moyu said, "From the way they set up the formation, I think they are from the Daojian sect, but I don't know why they did that." Antares asked curiously, "Could it be that there are still people from the ancient sect left in the origin continent?" Lin Moyu laughed. "Who knows, maybe there is, maybe not, maybe he just made some changes and left. I have come into contact with the formation of the Great Tao Formation sect. The formation of the Great Tao Formation sect has a special flavor, and the structure of the formation is also different from that of other formation masters. Therefore, Lin Moyu could judge that the person who made the move this time was from the Tian Daojian sect. The person who set up this great ceiling formation was not from the Daojian sect." Lin Moyu asked, "In the Great Tao of the universe, or before the origin catastrophe, besides the Great Tao Array sect, which other sect is good at the Tao of Array?" Antares said, "There are many sects that are good at formations, but most of them are small sects, and they are far behind the great sections. To be more precise, there should be no sect that can compare with the great sects and formations." Lin Moyu looked strange. "Really?" Antares thought for a moment and said, "Indeed, no sect can compare with the Great Tao Array sect in the art of array formation. Moreover, the Great Tao Array sect has mastered the origin of the Great Tao of array formation. Even if other sects want to compete, they have no chance." Lin Moyu thought for a moment. "Besides the sect, is there anyone who is particularly good at setting up a large formation to seal a town? I want to know who created this large formation to seal a town." When Antares left, the origin catastrophe had not yet ended completely, and the town ceiling formation had not appeared, so Antares did not know who set up the town ceiling formation. Antares searched for distant memories, starting from the origin of the catastrophe. After a moment, Antares' eyes lit up. "I thought of someone, maybe he has the potential." Lin Moyu asked, "Who is it?" Antares said, "That person was born in Huzhou of the origin continent. He once wanted to join the Great Daojian sect, but was eventually rejected by the Great Daojian sect for some reasons. Not only was he rejected, he also seemed to have been insulted and ridiculed by the people of the Great Daojian sect. Later, he joined another sect and devoted himself to cultivation. When everyone thought he had given up on the great way of formation, he established a great formation to seal the world and become a top formation master. He surpassed all the formation masters of the Great Tao sect in terms of sealing formations. The Daojian Zong was very unhappy with this person's existence and even wanted to kill him several times. In the end, not only did he fail to kill them, but he also killed several of them. He even spent 10,000 years trying to seal off the Daojian sect with a formation. It's a pity that the Daojian sect had the origin formation in hand, so he didn't succeed in the end. But that incident also made the Daojian sect lose face. The Great Daojian sect regarded him as a thorn in their side, but he later disappeared without a trace and his whereabouts are unknown. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "He is really a legendary figure." "What's his name?" Antares said, he is called the Taoist Lord of Sealing Realms. As for his real name, no one knows it. Fingjia Dao Jun. Lin Moyu whispered, assuming that this great formation was created by Fingjia Dao Jun, then it is understandable that the people of the Great Dao Formation sect came to cause some damage. Antares hadn't figured out the relationship yet, but doing this won't do any good to the Daojin sect. Lin Moyu smiled and said, sometimes, doing things doesn't have to be good for yourself, as long as it's harmful to the enemy. Isn't that right, Senior Shueiji? Lin Moyu's call of Senior Shueiji almost made Antares' hair stand on end. A large number of dragon scales stood up, and a pair of dragon eyes scanned the surroundings, with golden light shining in his eyes. But after searching around, he did not find the Senior Shueiji that Lin Moyu mentioned. You must have made a mistake, there is no one else here. At this time, a voice slowly sounded, sure enough, I can't hide it from fellow Taoist Lin. Lin Moyu smiled and said, if your mood hadn't fluctuated just now, I wouldn't have noticed it. In the formation, a phantom emerged. It was the appearance of Shueiji Tianzuan. Antares' eyes widened, it's true. Although his power is limited, there are still very few people in this world who can hide from his eyes and ears. The turtle-like guy in front of me is just a heavenly lord, but he can hide things from me, which shows how extraordinary he is. What's more, he can hide in the formation, which is even more unimaginable. Lin Moyu smiled at Shueiji Tianzun and said, should I call you Shueiji Tianzun or Fingjia Dao Jun? Shueiji Tianzuan laughed and said, when we met, I was already Shueiji, and I no longer had any relationship with Fingjia Dao Jun. Antares stared, you are the Taoist Lord of Sealing Realm. Lin Moyu patted Antares' head lightly, I've already said that it has nothing to do with the Taoist Lord Fingjia anymore. Shueiji Tianzun laughed and said, you are Long Wan, right? Do you still remember that we met when you were a child? He lived a very long time and was older than Antares. Antares shouted, my name is Antares, Long Qing is dead. Lin Moyu said helplessly, okay, you have all died once, no matter what you were called before, now you are Antares and Shueiji Tianzuan. Senior Shueiji, the great sealing formation at the bottom of the sea was designed by you, right? Shueiji Tianzuan said, yes, it was arranged by God in the previous life. Lin Moyu said, then this action was done by the people of the Great Dao Array sect, why didn't you stop it? Shueiji Tianzun laughed and said, why should I stop it? After hearing this, Antares was a little confused, but Lin Moyu fell into deep thought. After thinking about it, he seemed to understand the meaning of Shueiji Tianzuan's words, you want to send the cause and effect to the Great Daojin sect. Shueiji Tianzun laughed loudly, fellow Taoist Lin is really smart, he understood it at once. I have a story here, do you want to listen to it? Lin Moyu took out a large jar of fine wine and threw it over, you speak, I listen. He was not in a hurry now, so since there was a story to listen to, why not? Shueiji Tianzuan said, a long time ago, there was a cultivator who was born with a heavenly formation. He had extraordinary comprehension and could understand any formation at a glance. A formation that others needed thousands of years to study could be mastered in less than 10 years in his hands. This story is very long, and I will tell it all today while drinking some wine. The protagonist in the story was born with a formation in his body. He was a genius in practicing formations since he was born. Normally, he should join the Daojin sect. In fact, he did join the Daojin sect after entering the Dao realm. If everything had gone well, he could have studied the Dao, become the mainstay of the Dao formation sect in the future, and even have a glimpse of the position of the Dao master of the heavenly Dao of the formation. Unfortunately, the subsequent development was unexpected. The leader of the Daojin sect forcibly deprived him of his heavenly formation and killed him. The heavenly array is the array of the great Dao. After being deprived of the heavenly array, the leader of the Great Dao Array sect has the opportunity to use the heavenly array to spy on the position of the Dao master. At the same time, he can also lose a competitor. There is competition among the Dao masters, and there is also competition among those below the Dao masters. Unexpectedly, he did not die, and the reason he did not die was because of the heavenly formation. He anticipated that the Daojian sect would harm him, so he prepared a backup plan early on. He hid the heavenly array, and then copied another one. The leader of the Daojian sect only took away the replica. And he was reborn with the help of the heavenly array and lived a second life. In his second life, he was the Taoist lord of sealing realms. He embarked on the path of cultivation again, returned to the great Tao realm, and displayed extraordinary talent in formation. All the memories of his past life were still there, and his formations bore traces of the great Tao formation sect, which soon attracted the great Tao formation sect's attention. The Daojian sect would never allow its formation to be leaked, so a hunt began. This was also what Fengjie Daojun wanted, as it was his counterattack and revenge against the Daojian sect. All those who were chasing him were killed by Fengjie Daojun, and they were all killed by formations. This way of death was a great insult to the Daojian sect. They claimed to be the number one sect in formation, possessing the great origin formation, but their own formation master was killed by someone using the formation. The Taoist lord of sealing the world slapped the Daojian sect's face time and time again, and the Daojian sect never stopped hunting him down after that, but they were unable to do anything to the Taoist lord of sealing the worlds. In the end, the Taoist Lord Fengjie spent 10,000 years to set up an unparalleled formation, which was called the Heaven Sealing Formation. The Taoist Lord Fengjie wanted to use this formation to suppress the entire Tao formation sect. Unfortunately, the Tao Array sect possessed the Great Origin Array. They activated the Great Origin Array and broke the Heaven Sealing and Earth Sealing Tao Array. In other words, Fengjie Daojuan's attainment in formation has surpassed that of Daojian Zong. If the Daojian sect did not have the origin array in hand, it might have been completely suppressed by the heaven sealing array. At this point, Shui Ji Tianzuan laughed loudly. Although they broke the heaven sealing absolute Tao formation, most of the power accumulated by the origin formation for countless years has also been consumed. This old man took the opportunity to steal the solution of the origin formation and cut off their hope of becoming the master of the formation. Antares was completely shocked. The man in front of him was much braver than himself. What kind of existence is the Daojian sect? He actually fought against it alone and almost won. Lin Moyu said, "Then you have already won. The loss of the great Tao Array sect is simply incalculable, but I think you must have paid a considerable price." Shui Ji Tianzuan said, "Of course, the origin formation is not so easy to deal with, but I am not afraid. I have the heavenly formation, and I have several chances to be reborn, but I have money. Later, I hid in the origin continent. They didn't dare to come to the origin continent to hunt me down, so they could only stare blankly. Then the origin catastrophe broke out. I also know that the great Daojian sect only worked but didn't put in any effort. This group of guys is just like that. During the origin catastrophe, the 5 continents sank. I was entrusted by the great Tao and spent my entire life cultivating to set up a great formation with the 5 continents as the foundation." Lin Moyu said, "If I'm not mistaken, this great formation at the bottom of the sea is the heaven sealing absolute Tao formation." Shui Ji Tianzun laughed. "Yes, it is the heaven sealing absolute Tao formation, which is also my most powerful formation." Lin Moyu continued, "If I'm not mistaken, when the people from the Tao Array sect came and tampered with your array, they actually approved it with your consent." Shui Ji Tianzun smiled even more happily. "Not only did they acquiesce, but I also opened a back door for them to make it easier for them." Lin Moyu gave a thumbs up. "You are really smart. You have calculated everything about this Daojian sect. After this dramatic change in the world, this Daojian sect will probably cry to death." Shui Ji Tianzuan laughed and said, "That's right, they will cry to death then." Lin Moyu and Shui Ji Tianzuan both smiled brightly. Although Lin Moyu and the Daojian sect had never had a head-on conflict, they had already become enemies. Shui Ji Tianzuan and the Daojian Zong are mortal enemies, and each wants to kill the other. Antares looked at the two of them and was a little confused. He understood the first half, but didn't understand the second half at all. He also didn't know how Shuai Tianzuan planned against the Daojian sect. And Terry said, "Can you explain it more clearly?" Lin Moyu explained, "It's actually very simple. It involves cause and effect." The heaven-sealing absolute Tao array at the bottom of the world was arranged at the request of the great Tao of the origin continent. This is not the destiny. The will of heaven cannot be violated. If you succeed, you will be rewarded. If you make a mistake, you will be severely punished, and the punishment will definitely be more terrifying than the reward. Moreover, the Tao only looks at the results, not the process. If an accident occurs during the process, the June 17th will be punished. After Senior Shuai arranged the heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation, the Tao formation sect learned about it and started to tamper with it. They wanted to make the formation fail, and the Tao sect would attribute the failure to Senior Shuai. Then Senior Shuai would be punished and most likely die. This was a killing plan set by the great Daojian sect against Senior Shuai, but Senior Shuai used the trick against them. He opened a back door for the great Daojian sect, allowing them to successfully complete their killing plan. Then, Senior Shuai should have been reincarnated. The former Taoist Lord of Sealing Realms died just like that. In this way, the great Tao will have no one to punish or reward, but the flaws in the formation will still exist, and someone will still have to bear the consequences. Who do you think will bear the consequences? And Terry's responded instinctively, "The Daojian Zone." Lin Moyu laughed, "Correct." And Arist suddenly felt a chill down his spine. This kind of layout had been going on for countless years, and with him personally involved, it was difficult to even see through it, let alone crack it. What kind of people are these? Dealing with such people, you don't even know how you died. And Terry screamed in his heart and instinctively wanted to stay away from this Shuai Tianzuan. But thinking back, Lin Moyu seemed to be one of these people. After all, only people of the same kind could see through the other party's situation. Forget it, forget it. I'm already on this pirate ship. I can't get off now even if I want to. And Terry finally gave up his inner struggle and took the attitude of making the best of it. So be it, I'm tired, I won't struggle anymore. Lin Moyu didn't know that Antares had so many things in mind. He looked at Shuai Tianzuan and asked, "So what is Senior Shuai planning to do this time?" Shuai Tianzuan looked at Lin Moyu with a smile. "Let me ask you a question, are we friends?" Lin Moyu nodded, "Of course, we are friends. And Senior Shuai has done me a favor, and I will always remember this favor." Shuai Tianzun hummed, "Your words are enough." As he spoke, he spat out a pearl, which was used by the sea people to record various information. However, the pearl spit out by Shuai Tianzuan was obviously more exquisite, and it exuded a strong power of the great Tao. It was obvious that this pearl came from the great Tao outside the sky. Shuai Tianzuan said, "There is some formation information in here. You can take a look when you are bored. However, some formations come from the great Tao formation sect. If you want to use them, it is best to change them 10 times. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. He had always wanted to obtain the formation information of the Daojian sect, but he didn't expect that Pi would fall from the sky and he could get it so easily. In his previous life, Shuai Tianzuan was the Taoist lord of sealing the world, and in his previous life, he was a genius disciple of the great Daojian sect. Shuai Tianzuan masters most of the Daojian sect's formations, and his formation information can be said to be a treasure. However, Lin Moyu seemed to realize why Shuai Tianzuan did this, which was to increase the stakes. Including the question asked before, "Are we friends?" After getting Lin Moyu's recognition, if Lin Moyu gains benefits, such as improved luck, he can also benefit. Now if we add external objects to the mix, the cause and effect between the two will be deeper, and they will get more benefits. But none of this matters. Lin Moyu doesn't care about Shuai Tianzuan's little plot. Shuai Tianzuan said, "The heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation is also inside. If you want to go in, you'd better study it. And you." He looked at Antares. You and fellow Taoist Lin have a deep relationship, and your fate and karma are intertwined. If fellow Taoist Lin can become the leader of the dramatic changes in heaven and earth, you can also gain a lot of benefits. Lin Moyu said, "It seems that what I thought was correct. The heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation is the key to causing drastic changes in heaven and earth." Shui Ji Tianzuan said, "It is the key, but it also depends on the timing. If the heaven and earth are not fully prepared, and you trigger it prematurely, it will not only be useless but also harmful. Besides, you can only go there alone. It's better not to go there, big guy." Lin Moyu frowned. "Why?" Shui Ji Tianzuan said, "You are so smart, why can't you think of it? There can only be one leader. You and him. Who can be the leader, him or you? You are right to want to share the benefits equally, but the world will not calculate it that way. It is very likely that someone else will be the leader in the end. Those guys have made a lot of plans over the years. What you see is just the surface. There are also many things going on inside. They have gathered infinite power, waiting for the great changes in the world to come." Lin Moyu had indeed guessed that the third ancestor Demon King and others must have made a lot of arrangements. What we see on the surface is just the surface. They must have a backup plan. As a newcomer with no background, it is very difficult for me to become a leader. It will be even more difficult to split the reward with Antares. If you fail to become a leader, the benefits you gain will be limited and your future path will be difficult. In addition, as Shui Ji Tianzuan said, my choice will affect him. In other words, if he insisted on taking Antares in with him, he would stop him. Although he is only a heavenly venerate, this formation was set up by him, and he is definitely capable of causing trouble for himself. Shui Ji Tianzuan had been plotting against the great Dao Zhen sect and had been waiting for countless years. It was impossible for him to give up just because of me. And I just got his formation information. Antares understood this time and said, "Then I won't go. Although I am not fully prepared for this sudden change in the world, I can still gain a lot of benefits. Lin Xiaozi, you must become the leader. I will rely on you when I fight forward in the future." Antares said it very straightforwardly. Although he also wanted to be the leader, he didn't want to affect Lin Moyu because of himself. If both of them fail, it will be a benefit to others. It would be better for me to give up and help Lin Moyu. Shui Ji Tianzuan was very satisfied with Antares' choice. "Not bad, not bad. You are a good dragon, better than your father." Antares shouted, "Don't mention him, I don't like him." Lin Moyu asked in a low voice, "Have you really decided?" Antares said, "It's not a difficult decision. Just do your best inside, and I'll be waiting for you outside." Lin Moyu nodded, stopped talking nonsense, opened the information given by Shui Ji Tianzuan, and checked the specific information of the sealing heaven absolute Tao formation. The complexity of the heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation was second only to the rune in the origin ancestral land among all the formations Lin Moyu had ever seen. The rune in the ancestral land of origin has already reached the limit of complexity. A single rune can be transformed into thousands of formations. Moreover, Lin Moyu could only see the surface and could not see the core at all. As for the heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation, it is difficult, but at least I can understand it and learn to comprehend it. However, due to the limitations of realm and materials, there are still many difficulties in setting it up. Lin Moyu discovered that the Great Sealing Array, which he was best at, was actually related to the Sealing Heaven and Absolute Tao Array. The Great Sealing Array could be seen as a simplified version of the Sealing Heaven and Absolute Tao Array. Lin Moyu was so absorbed in watching that she had forgotten everything else. Antares and Shueiji Tianzuan were drinking nearby and did not disturb Lin Moyu. Antares lowered his voice and asked, "Can these extraterritorial gods' auras here really have an impact on the Great Tao Array sect?" Shueiji Tianzuan laughed. "The destiny cannot be violated. What the 16th Daozhen sect did was actually against the destiny. Moreover, the aura of these forces is not strong, but the influence is very wide. The surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles of sea, the infinite sea creatures, are affected, and many have mutated. They were originally creatures from the origin continent, but now they have become creatures from outside the domain. Will your avenue be enraged? The Tao never differentiates living beings based on strength or weakness. In the eyes of the Tao, a human life and an ant's life are the same. When so many creatures in the Sea of World were polluted and turned into extraterritorial life, how could Yin Dao not be angry? He is not angry now because the Tao is also waiting for an opportunity, waiting to recover itself. Once self-recovery is completed, a thunderous punishment will inevitably befall. Antares roughly understood what Shui Ji Tianzuan meant and felt that he was quite right, so he guzzled down a large jar of wine. So, those guys from the Daojian sect are really going to be in trouble. I've been annoyed with them for a long time, so it's good for them to be in trouble. What do you think? Does this Dao have intelligence? Shui Ji Tianzuan shook his head gently. Without spiritual wisdom, the great Dao will never have spiritual wisdom. This is determined by the origin of heaven and earth. You should understand what the true root of this world is. Antares said, the origin of the sun and the origin of the moon. Shui Ji Tianzuan said, that's right, it's these two origins. The sun origin gave birth to the sun ancestral dragon, and the moon origin gave birth to the moon ancestral dragon. These two dragons can be regarded as the earliest creatures in this land. The two origins of Yin and Yang intersect, giving birth to thousands of great ways and countless living beings. This is their mission and responsibility, and also their instinct. If one or both of them were to gain intelligence, it would be a huge disaster for the world. So, they don't have intelligence, but they have instincts and know what they should do to be good for the world and themselves, that's all. There are countless great ways in the world, but only the sun and the moon are the true great ways. Their common will is the will of the great way, and it is destiny. If you can become the sun ancestral dragon one day, you will understand these things, but the moon ancestral dragon is gone. Shui Ji Tianzuan lived for 3 lifetimes and could be considered one of the earliest people to achieve enlightenment. Except for the fact that he failed to become the Lord of Tao, his understanding of the Tao and this world made him choose Antares. It can be said that, apart from some Taoist masters, there are few people who know the ins and outs of this world better than him. Antares said, the Taiyin ancestral dragon was subdued by the Lord of Hell and became the Netherworld Black Dragon. Shui Ji Tianzuan said, the Netherworld Black Dragon is just a name. No matter what it is called, its essence is still the Taiyin ancestral dragon. However, in the origin catastrophe, the Lord of Hell was killed and the Netherworld Black Dragon also died. A trace of its origin fell to Shizhou along with the Netherworld Black Pool. The Netherworld Black Pool used this trace of origin to re-evolve into the Netherworld Black Dragon, but this Netherworld Black Dragon is no longer the former Taiyin ancestral dragon. Antares asked, according to what you said, there are no sun ancestral dragons and moon ancestral dragons in this world now? Shui Ji Tianzuan nodded, no, Zulong has actually died a long time ago. Even if he can be resurrected, he will no longer be the sun Zulong, and the same goes for Tai Zulong. This is a good thing for you. There is no one above you. You have the opportunity to become the new sun ancestral dragon. You may even have a chance to go one step further. Antares immediately became excited after hearing this. Please tell me in detail. Shui Ji Tianzuan said, in fact, the Lord of Hell had great ambitions back then. He subdued Taiyin Zulong for other purposes. Only a few people knew about this. The one who happened to be there was not one of them. After the Lord of Hell subdued the Taiyin ancestral dragon, he actually wanted to subdue the sun ancestral dragon. He wanted the sun and the moon essences of the two dragons. The sun dragon saw the opportunity quickly and fled far away from the domain, but ended up in the wasteland and returned with an ominous appearance. This made the Lord of Hell give up the plan to subdue the sun dragon. It is precisely because of this that the Lord of Hell got stuck at that step and could not move forward. The group had to take the risk of fighting on the Great Tao. Antares was completely stunned. He never expected that there was such a secret behind it. The Sun Dragon traveled far away from home not to look for opportunities, but to escape. But the result was that he failed to escape and returned with misfortune. Antares asked, "Why would the Lord of Hell do this?" Shui Ji Tianzun chuckled, with a hint of mystery. At his level, it is really difficult for him to make further progress. He only has two ways to go. One is to become the master of this world, and the other is to compete for the Great Way. The Great Tao competition is too dangerous, so he chose the first option, to become the master of this world. If he wants to become the master of this world, he needs to deal with the origins of the sun and the moon. Naturally, he found the Sun Ancestral Dragon and the Moon Ancestral Dragon. It's just that Yu Zulong escaped quickly and ruined the Lord of Hell's plan. Antares stared at Shui Ji Tianzuan in a daze, and instinctively asked, "How do you know so clearly?" Shui Ji Tianzuan said, "The formation that the Lord of Hell used to subdue and refine Taiyin Zulong was arranged by the leader of the Daojin sect. In order to gain my trust, he allowed me to watch. But he didn't expect that the Taiyin Ancestral Dragon and the Taiyang Ancestral Dragon could communicate with each other, so the Taiyang Ancestral Dragon knew about this and escaped without a trace." Antares asked, "What is the ominous sign that the Ancestral Dragon has been infected with?" Shui Ji Tianzuan shook his head. "I'm not sure. Anyway, the Lord of Hell didn't try to get the Ancestral Dragon anymore, and he didn't even go to the Dragon Clan's avenue. I guess this thing is not easy to deal with. I heard that the Ancestral Dragon was buried in the Ancestral Land, so you can either go to that obstacle or not." Antares' face suddenly fell, "But I've been there." Shui Ji Tianzuan said, "You can live until now, there should be no problem. In fact, no one knows what the ominous thing is, but the Lord of Hell is very afraid of it." Antares was relieved. Little Lin has also been to the Ancestral Land, and it seems that he is fine. Shui Ji Tianzuan glanced at Lin Moyu and said, "He can't see clearly." Antares took a sip of wine. "Ignore this freak, let's continue chatting." Antares became addicted to chatting. He finally experienced what Lin Moyu felt back then and knew how pleasant it was to chat with an old guy who had lived for countless years. Shui Ji Tianzuan has lived for too long. His age is only slightly younger than that of Sun Zulong, and he can almost be regarded as the second batch of creatures in this world. The living beings of that era were few in number, but the power of the Tao was abundant, and they always possessed many unique abilities. Ru Shui Ji Tianzuan was born with the heavenly array. He was born to be a person of the array Tao. As the leader of the Tao array sect, he even obtained the origin array. If things develop normally, the leader of the Tao array sect will indeed have a chance to become the Tao master of the Tao array sect. Unfortunately, he coveted Shui Ji Tianzuan's heavenly formation, which resulted in the damage of the origin formation, and his path to becoming a Taoist master was almost cut off. These things had been buried in Shui Ji Tianzun's heart for too long, and once he started talking about them he could not stop. Shui Ji Tianzuan uttered one thing after another, allowing Antares to know the development and evolution of this world. He knew that he had the opportunity to become the new Zulong, and he also knew that he had the opportunity to go further. Now that both the Sun and Moon dragons are dead, the two origins of the Sun and Moon will inevitably give birth to life again. What is conceived this time may not necessarily be a divine dragon, it may be something else, but its core essence is the origin of the Sun and the Moon. As long as Antares can absorb and refine these two origins, it will be possible for him to go one step further and become the Yin-Yang Dragon. By then, he will combine the Yang Dragon Avenue and the Yin Dragon Avenue into one and become the co-lord of the two paths. Then he will be able to become as powerful as Hell's Gene once was. Why is the Lord of Hell so powerful? Because he controls two avenues at the same time. They are the avenue of hell and the avenue of devouring, so he is stronger than other avenue masters and is almost the strongest in the origin continent. Becoming the master of two great ways at the same time is a very difficult thing. Since ancient times, only Hell Hare has done it. Unfortunately, his plan failed and he eventually lost to others and died in the battle for supremacy. After hearing these secrets, Antares glanced at Lin Moyu secretly. Lin Moyu was still studying the formation and turned a deaf ear to what was happening in the outside world. However, Antares knew that Lin Moyu was able to do many things at once, and he might have heard the conversation between him and Shueiji Tianzuan. He also knew that Lin Moyu himself had the origin of yin and yang, and he couldn't help but think to himself, if I can't refine the sun and moon origins of the origin continent, then can I ask Lin for help? He thought that by borrowing Lin Moyu's yin and yang origin, he might be able to take that path himself. But at the same time, a problem arises. Antares asked, Senior, do you think Lin is the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell? Shueiji Tianzuan shook his head. I don't think so. Lin's path is different from that of the Lord of Hell. His goal is even higher than that of the Lord of Hell. You should know that person. He once came here just for Lin. The Lord of Hell couldn't attract him to come here. Antares murmured to himself, that's right, Lin's goal is far more than that. The two drank and chatted for a long time until Lin Moyu finally understood the heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation. The heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation is almost the pinnacle of sealing formations, and it is so complex that he is unable to set it up with his current abilities. But if you just open a channel to enter it, you can still do it. After studying the formation, Lin Moyu felt a little ashamed. He had previously dreamed of controlling this formation, but now it seemed that it was really a pipe dream. While studying the formation, Lin Moyu was also thinking about the conversation between Shueiji Tianzuan and Antares. He was multitasking and took in the entire conversation between the two. The things about the great Tao outside the heaven become clearer and clearer. Tianwai Avenue is also a world of constant fighting and competition. But he could understand that only in this way could the world be vibrant and move forward. If there is peace forever and no pressure to survive, it will be difficult to make progress. Just like the big world now, after he destroyed all the races and had the human emperor to manage it, the big world was still developing well, but its power was no longer as strong as before. Lin Moyu has discussed this with the human emperor and is considering changing this situation, but he has not yet made up his mind. The world has been peaceful for too long and has become a hothouse. It needs some impulse to move forward. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the drunken dragon turtle. Did you enjoy your drink? Antares said, Not yet, just go and do your thing, don't worry about us. This guy really didn't want to move. Anyway, there could only be one leader, and that had to be Lin Moyu. He shouldn't take the lead. Shueiji Tianzuan said, Go ahead, I am watching here, no one can come in. Let this drastic change, ascend to heaven in broad daylight, and welcome a new world. Even though he said it so righteously, Lin Moyu knew him. He definitely wanted to see the Dadao Jin sect in trouble. The Dadao Jin sect is still unaware that disaster is about to come. Lin Moyu no longer expected Antares to block the knife for him, so he returned to the vortex and flew downwards. A large amount of lightning struck his body, and Lin Moyu's blood roared. Golden flames wrapped around his whole body, blocking all attacks. With his defensive power, even a Tao master of the ninth realm would not be able to hurt him. Lin Moyu walked and stopped, constantly using magic talismans to weaken the power of the formation. In the process of weakening the formation, he became more familiar with this heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation. It was also a very good learning experience for Lin Moyu. He sank deeper and deeper, crossed the seabed and came to the bottom of the whirlpool. The bottom of the whirlpool was indeed connected to the heaven-sealing and earth-destroying formation. This formation was based on the 5 silent continents and was extremely powerful. Anyone who wants to destroy the formation arranged by the will of heaven will be punished by heaven. Lin Moyu felt the aura of the king of the sea boundary here. It was obvious that the king of the sea boundary had been here. His purpose of coming here was simple, which was to prevent the aura of the extraterritorial gods from leaking out. A large number of boundary sea creatures have been polluted nearby, and as the person guarding this formation, the king of the boundary sea will naturally not sit idly by. But sometimes, the force that rushes out is so great that even the king of the sea boundary can get hurt if he is not careful. Lin Moyu had seen it last time when he went to rescue Whale Old Man. At that time, the king of the sea boundary was slightly injured, not seriously. But how many people in this world can injure the king of the sea boundary? It was here that he was injured, hurt by the power leaked from the extraterritorial gods. At that time, the king of the sea realm should have wanted to repair the heaven-sealing Tao, but he found that he did not have the ability to do so, and was tricked by the heavenly god of the realm. In fact, there is nothing wrong with the sealing heaven and absolute Tao formation. Even if there is occasional leakage of power, it is basically the work of Shui Ji Tianzuan. Shui Ji Tianzuan is increasing the stakes to make the Tao formation sect suffer the consequences. Lin Moyu looked at the connection points of the formation, drew several talismans and integrated them into it, and a portal appeared. Lin Moyu took a step forward and rushed into the middle of the gate. The moment Lin Moyu stepped into the formation, Shui Ji Tianzuan took a big sip of wine and said, "He's in." Antares was confused. Isn't that normal? Shui Ji Tianzuan burped, spewing out countless alcohol smells, normal, but also abnormal. Before Antares could ask, he started talking. His attainments and formations are unmatched. It would be difficult for anyone to unravel this formation in such a short time. It's nothing short of a fairy tale. Antares asked, "Is he stronger than before?" Shui Ji Tianzun was silent for a few seconds, then said casually, "Strong." Hiss. Antares gasped, "You were born with a heavenly formation in your arms, which means you have a holy formation body. Even if Lin's talent for formations is strong, it shouldn't be this bad." Shui Ji Tianzun laughed, "Let's not talk about anything else. Look at how many years he has been practicing and how old he is now. Have you ever seen a 7th realm Dao Zun who is over 3,000 years old? Although I was born with a heavenly formation and am known as the saint body of the formation Dao, it took me more than 5,000 years to practice the formation and achieve the Dao realm. That was in that era. You know, there are many days between the two eras before and after the origin catastrophe." Antares was completely silent, because he had been with Lin Moyu for so long that he almost forgot Lin Moyu's age. Now that Shui Ji Tianzuan mentioned this, he suddenly realized that Lin Moyu had only lived for more than 3,000 years. It's not enough that he has cultivated for more than 3,000 years to reach the 707th step, but even his formation creation has surpassed those formation masters who have cultivated for millions of years. This was no longer something that could be described as genius, and Antares racked his brains, but could not come up with a suitable adjective. Shui Ji Tianzuan said, "Perhaps, this is the so-called man of destiny. Anyway, I don't think he is the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell. The Lord of Hell is not as perverted as him." Antares' eyes lit up. "Yes, he is a pervert. This guy is a pervert." When Lin Moyu entered the heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation, the king of the sea realm who was at the third ancestor's side was shocked. "Someone has entered." The demon king asked curiously, "What went in? Where did it go?" The third ancestor seemed to realize something. "Are you saying that someone has entered the bottom of the sea?" The king of the sea boundary nodded. "Yes, someone has entered the bottom of the sea boundary." The demon king asked, "Do you know who it is?" The king of the sea realm shook his head. "I don't know. He entered through the central vortex and broke through the formation of the central vortex." The demon king was surprised and said, "No way, that formation, even for us it is not easy to get through. The formation spirit has become a fierce spirit, very fierce." The king of the sea boundary whispered, "My perception is correct. Although I didn't get through, I made some arrangements there." The third patriarch said, "The key issue now is that someone has gone in. What is he going to do in there?" The king of the sea boundary still shook his head. "I don't know. I can only sense that someone went in, but I don't know what he went to do." The demon king said, "I don't know why, but I feel uneasy." The third ancestor whispered, "Let's go take a look." Inside the heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation, Lin Moyu sensed a different aura. The effects of Thousand Star Avenue, Luck Avenue, and Space Avenue have been greatly reduced. This place was filled with the aura of the gods from outside the realm, and Lin Moyu felt as if he had 1 foot in the realm of the gods. It seems that the outer gods sealed here are not idle either. They have already driven out the power of the Origin Continent and transformed this place into their own world. No wonder the Origin Continent is so difficult to recover. How can it recover with such a dogskin plaster? If the extraterritorial gods inside come out, the entire Origin Continent will be in disaster again. It is impossible for the strong men in the Origin Continent to attack recklessly on the Origin Continent, as that would cause severe damage to the Origin Continent. However, outsiders like the extraterritorial gods can act without restraint. Even if the avenue of the Origin Continent could suppress it, it would consume a huge amount of power and would not be of any benefit to the Origin Continent. Lin Moyu could imagine that the army of the gods from outer space had invaded the continent of origin, so the Tao of the continent of origin took the initiative to choose to sink the 5 continents as a price to let the Taoist master of sealing the realm at that time set up the heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation, to seal these gods from outer space in one fell swoop. From then on, the origin catastrophe ended and the Origin Continent entered a dormant state. When this decision was made, billions of lives on the 5 continents were wiped out. The price was too high. Only by entering here can one understand all of this. From this independent heavenly realm, Lin Moyu can still feel the tragic scene brought about by the demise of countless lives. All the misery was transformed into the power of the Origin Continent, helping the Taoist master Fengjie to complete the formation. It seems that my guess is correct. If we want to restore the Origin Continent, this seal must be removed. Only when the seal problem is solved can the great changes in the world happen and the Origin Continent be restored. And the one who solves the seal will be the leader of the great changes in the world and will gain the greatest benefits. Only the avenue of the original continent can sink the 5 continents. This is destiny. If you follow it, you will be rewarded with the great way. Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that as long as he could really solve the seal problem and remove the last piece of plaster in the Origin Continent, he would be able to obtain massive rewards, enough for him to step into the great Tao realm in one fell swoop. In that case, let's get started. He whispered to himself, looking not far away. Not far away, a divine pet had already discovered Lin Moyu. The divine pet was originally wandering around with a distracted gaze, but the moment it saw Lin Moyu, its gaze instantly became sharp and full of murderous intent. Lin Moyu also felt a strong sense of disgust in his heart, and a voice kept ringing in his mind, "Kill it, kill it." The voice from the avenue echoed back and forth in my mind. The next second, this divine pet pounced over madly. Its body quickly grew in size, transforming into a monster covered with black armor, looking a bit like a hound. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and the undead army attacked. Thousands of skeleton generals appeared and formed a battle formation to block it. This divine pet is only at the 8th level of Dao Zun, not very strong, and its combat power is not much different from that of the skeleton god general. But it has strong defense, and the same Dao Zun 8th realm can't hurt it at all. Lin Moyu also knew this. Sending out the skeleton god this time was just an attempt. Thousands of skeleton generals slashed out with sharp sword energy, accurately hitting the divine pets. The momentum of the divine pet was interrupted instantly, and it was forced to retreat continuously by the sword energy. But the divine pet was not injured, and the sword energy could not even leave a mark on it. This situation was completely within Lin Moyu's expectations. Attacks from the same realm could indeed do nothing to the extraterritorial gods. Not to mention being in the same realm, even if it was a realm higher, the Dao Zun Jiujing would be helpless against this giant god. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and thick gray gas suddenly emerged from the skeleton god general's body. The sword light was no longer white, but was wrapped in a layer of gray. Carrying the power of death, every strike of the skeleton god will contain the history of death of the immortal avenue. Lin Moyu's immortal path has already reached the 9th level of Dao Zun. Although the power will be weakened after carrying it, It is enough to make the skeleton god general much stronger. The most important thing is that the corrosive property of the power of death may be able to break the defense of the divine pet. The skeleton god drew his sword again, and the gray-white sword energy fell on the divine pet like raindrops. The divine pet was suppressed by the sword energy and couldn't break through. There was a bright divine light on its body, forming a powerful defense to resist the sword energy. No matter how it was attacked before, the divine light on the divine pet never weakened. But with the addition of the power of death, the situation began to change. The power of death continued to corrode the divine light, and the divine pet's defenses weakened rapidly. After being hit by thousands of swords, the divine light suddenly shattered. The dragon's defense was shattered, it was engulfed by the sword energy, and was chopped into meat paste. The gods from outside the realm do not have the same recovery ability as the creatures in the Black Water realm. At this point, they are already dead beyond death. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, the power of death can deal with the defense of the outer gods. Maybe my power of death is not enough, at least not efficient. If it is the power of death of countless people, you can quickly break his defense. The divine pets are like this, and the real extraterritorial gods will also be like this. The only difference is that they will kill more and send more people. The power of the great Tao is carried in magic, which greatly enhances the combat effectiveness of the undead army. Lin Moyu looked around, then we will have to conduct another experiment next. Lin Moyu did not immediately send out the undead army to clean up. After all, he knew nothing about this world. He had no idea how many extraterritorial gods and divine pets there were here, whether there had been any new ones reproduced over the years, and what changes had taken place. He can explore, but before exploring, he has to solve some problems first. He quickly found another divine dragon, who happened to be also at the 8th level of Daozun. Lin Moyu locked onto the dragon, and with a thought, the dragon that had been killed before turned into ashes. Boom! The locked divine pet didn't even have the slightest reaction and was blown into pieces, dying on the spot. Lin Moyu whispered in his heart, the corpse explosion spell is also effective here and has not been weakened. It's really strange. What avenue was used to make the corpse explode? The fact that it can still work here means that the avenue power behind it has either been reflected in the land of return, or the same avenue also exists in the heavenly god realm. It doesn't matter which one it is. Anyway, both methods can get rid of the divine pet. Currently, we have found 2 ways to deal with the divine pets, and the next step is the third test. There are many divine pets here, more than the gods from outside the domain. Lin Moyu used the Eye of the Undead to scan and found many of them. Thousands of meters away, Lin Moyu pointed casually, and the Hell of Bones emerged, trapping a divine pet of the 9th level of the Taoist realm. The evil spirits from hell rushed over frantically and surrounded the divine pet. After a burst of biting, the divine pet's defense was shattered on the spot, and it was eaten up in the blink of an eye. The evil spirit of hell easily killed the divine pet in less than 10 seconds. The skeleton hell is already very powerful now. After being strengthened again and again, the evil spirits of hell have completely reached the pinnacle of the Daozun realm, and can even be compared to the pseudo-Dao realm. The 3 experiments gave Lin Moyu a positive answer. Now he has several ways to deal with Shinpang. Whether it is the skeleton hell, the undead legion, or the corpse explosion, the divine pet can be killed easily. The divine pet that he had once had to spend a lot of effort, calculations, and even use the scepter of natural disaster to kill had now become so vulnerable. Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't that the divine pet had become weaker, but that she herself had become stronger. There are a large number of Daozun 9th realm divine pets here, and releasing a few of them at random would be enough to cause great trouble to the various holy places. But in front of me, these things are nothing. Lin Moyu said, the divine pet is no problem. Next let's take a look at the real extraterritorial gods. I hope I won't be disappointed. Lin Moyu randomly chose a direction to move forward, and he easily dealt with all the divine pets along the way. He used the few fragments left by the 2 or 3 divine pets he had killed before, and used the corpse explosion to kill his way through. There were roars one after another, and a god fell every week. Along the way, he had never seen a divine pet that exceeded the Dao Zun realm. It seemed that the limit of divine pets was the Dao Zun 9th realm. This situation is a bit strange. There are so many divine pets. Logically speaking, they should not be limited to the 9th level of Dao Zun. There are only 2 situations like this. One is that the upper limit of the divine pet is like this, and the other is that they are restricted by the extraterritorial gods, who do not allow them to make sounds. Perhaps they would think that once the divine pet reaches the Daozuan realm, it would pose a threat to their own status. It's not impossible. But that was a matter of the heavenly god realm, and Lin Moyu was not very interested in it. The number of divine pets along the way was increasing and becoming more and more dense, and Lin Moyu knew that he had found the right way. It was as if I was moving from the edge of this world towards the center, not necessarily the center of the world, but at least the center of this area. Request flowers. Finally, Lin Moyu saw an extraterritorial god. In the eyes of the undead, there is an essential difference between the soul flame of the extraterritorial gods and the soul flame of the divine pets. Just by looking at the soul flame, you can tell that this out-of-domain god is at the Dao realm. In fact, Lin Moyu had never seen an extraterritorial god in the Daozuan realm, not even in the pseudo-Dao realm. Nearly 100,000 meters away, this Dao realm extraterritorial god discovered Lin Moyu. It let out a long roar, then rushed over at an astonishing speed, covering a distance of tens of millions meters in the blink of an eye. Lin Moyu was well prepared. As he retreated, a large number of skeleton generals appeared. Then, a legion commander, with an entire dragon cavalry corps, quickly occupied this area. Tens of millions of skeleton generals, plus tens of millions of undead legions, commanded by a legion commander, are against an extraterritorial god in the Dao realm. Such a team naturally couldn't win. Lin Moyu just wanted to see how powerful the extraterritorial gods were. The skeleton god swung out his sword energy, carrying the power of death. The gray-white sword energy fell densely like raindrops, and encountered obstacles when it was 100 meters away from the out-of-domain god. The protective divine light of the extraterritorial god covered an area of 100 meters in radius, almost forming an absolute domain of 1,000. A brilliant light burst out from the hands of the extraterritorial god. Wherever the light passed, the skeleton generals and the dragon rider legions collapsed one after another. The legion commander held a sword in his hand and gave an order. The dragon riders bravely formed a battle formation and charged forward under the attack of the extraterritorial gods. Death charge. The dragon riders crashed into the 100-meter area of the extraterritorial gods and died in large numbers in an instant, but the extraterritorial gods were also stopped by the impact of the dragon riders. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Out-of-region heavenly god, Dao realm, is really powerful. It seems that it will be difficult to kill the undead army alone. For a Dao realm cultivator, no matter how many Dao masters come, they can be destroyed with one hand. The two are simply not on the same level. But Lin Moyu refused to believe it. With a thought, he once again dispatched 50 million skeleton generals, plus 5 dragon rider legions, a total of 100 million undead troops. At the same time, the undead flames burned fiercely, and thousands of skeleton kings stood up from the flames. Let me try and see if the Dao Zun realm is really unable to kill the Dao realm. Facing the extraterritorial gods in the Dao realm, Lin Moyu refused to believe in evil and insisted on using the power of the Sea of Undead to crush them with numbers. He believed the Legion commander that this battle, which seemed to have resulted in heavy casualties, actually did not result in many casualties. The dead skeletons and dragon riders were resurrected in the next moment and joined the battle again. 6 Legion commanders, 60 million skeleton generals, and a total of 120 million undead legions, the combat power formed is enough to flatten the entire South continent. The extraterritorial god has been surrounded. Even though it has the combat power of the Great Tao realm and can kill hundreds of thousands or even millions of undead in an instant, it is still unable to break through in a short period of time. Spell, Bone-Slashing God. Great Tao Magic, Blood Killing. The Skeleton King swung his sword and launched a series of attacks. The sword light mixed with the power of death exploded around the out-of-region god. Unfortunately, the Skeleton King's attack still couldn't break the protective divine light of the extraterritorial god and was firmly blocked 100 meters away. The distance of 663 had become an insurmountable chasm. No matter how the undead army attacked, they could not get through. Original magic, strong soldiers. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and the origin law was activated. Now he no longer needs to consume soul power when using the original magic. The yin and yang origins in the soul world replace soul power and continuously provide power for the original magic. As long as Lin Moyu is willing, he can even maintain the original magic for a long time. The source of magic was activated, and Lin Moyu suddenly revealed a strange aura of origin. This aura was extremely strange. The surrounded extraterritorial god howled madly. It looked as if it had seen some delicious food and rushed towards Lin Moyu madly. It attacked the encirclement of the undead legion madly, killing a large number of generals and dragon riders instantly. This guy, like the guys in the Black Blood realm, has a strong pursuit of the origin of magic. It seems that the origin of magic is very important to them, but strangely, the Daozuan in the origin continent does not seem to have such a strong desire for the origin of magic. When Lin Moyu saw the madness of the extraterritorial god, he knew that it was the original magic that attracted it. There must be a reason for this. Unfortunately, the two sides were unable to communicate and nothing happened. After deploying powerful soldiers, the combat power of the undead legion was greatly enhanced, and their attacks became more fierce. Lin Moyu discovered that the 100-meter divine light of the extraterritorial god was slowly shrinking, and the speed of shrinking was very slow. It would take a long time to completely destroy the 100-meter protective divine light. This experiment has been considered a failure so far. Lin Moyu realized that it would take a long time for the undead legion to kill this extraterritorial god. Although it can be done, the efficiency is too low. He took out the flesh and blood of the Taoist 9th level divine pet and had an idea. Origin level magic, corpse explosion. Boom! With a loud bang, the body of the out-of-territory god shook violently, and a fist-sized wound appeared on his body. The corpse exploded, ignoring its protective divine light, and exploded directly on it in a strange way. It's a pity that the power of Daozun Jiujing's divine pet is not enough, and it can only make a small wound on the extraterritorial god. The wound healed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the extraterritorial god was back to normal. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. It turns out that corpse explosion is useful. The only problem is that the raw material for moon explosion is not strong enough. In that case, let's create a raw material. With a flick of his finger, the space twisted and the hell of bones appeared among the undead army. The undead army quickly retreated to make room for the spirits from the hell zone. The evil spirit from hell pounced forward and hit the protective divine light of the extraterritorial god, just like hitting an invisible wall, and was blocked. But they were not destroyed like the undead army. The evil spirits of hell just clung to the 100-meter-long divine light and started to bite. In front of them, there is nothing that is inedible. Even the protective divine light can be eaten. Under the crazy gnawing of the evil spirits of hell, the range of the protective divine light began to shrink rapidly. The eye of hell swept over, and the soul shock fell on the out-of-region god, but it had no effect. The red spider lily also lost its effect. After all, the skeleton hell has not yet truly entered the Tao realm, and its influence on the Tao realm is still slightly insufficient. The extraterritorial god roared, and brilliant light burst out from his palms. The pair of wings behind him spread out and transformed into a ball of scorching sun. Under the scorching sun, the evil spirits in hell melted away one after another. At this moment, a dragon roar was heard, and Black Prison rushed out from the dark pool of the underworld, charged into the battlefield, and bit the out-of-region god. The protective divine light of the extraterritorial god was shattered. Black Prison's combat power had reached the great Tao realm, and he also had the characteristic of eating anything. The protective divine light of this extraterritorial god, with only a pair of wings, was as fragile as tofu to Black Prison. Not only was the protective divine light shattered, but Black Prison also bit it tightly and exerted great force. With a click, blood spurted out and the out-of-region god made a terrifying sound. Its body was bitten to pieces on the spot, split into two, and the lower half fell out of the Black Prison's mouth. Before they fell into the lava, they were caught by the evil spirits of hell, who bit them like delicious food. The extraterritorial god struggled, and his wings exploded twice, blasting open the Black Prison's big mouth. He escaped with his injured body. But what greeted it were more evil spirits from hell, and it had no way to escape. In despair, this extraterritorial god was eaten up completely, leaving only a severed hand, which fell into Lin Moyu's hands. Now that we have the raw materials, the rest will be easy. Lin Moyu continued to move forward, and all the divine pets along the way were killed instantly, until he found another extraterritorial god. This extraterritorial god also has a pair of wings and is considered a weak one among the extraterritorial gods. In addition, there are extraterritorial gods with 2 pairs of wings and extraterritorial gods with main pair of wings. He had seen them before when the King of the Sea Boundary brought him to the outside of the heaven-sealing absolute boundary formation, but the number of extraterritorial gods with 3 pairs of wings was relatively small, and the majority of the extraterritorial gods here were with 1 pair of wings. Lin Moyu knew that the number of wings represented the strength of the extraterritorial gods. If an extraterritorial deity with a pair of wings is compared to a Tao realm of a 9th grade innate soul, then an extraterritorial deity with 2 pairs of wings can be compared to a Tao realm of an 8th grade innate soul. For every additional pair of wings, the strength will increase by 2 levels. Although it may not be correct, it is pretty close. Lin Moyu was emitting the aura of origin at this time. The extraterritorial god had already discovered Lin Moyu even though he was still far away, and pounced over with excitement, screaming. The undead army was dispatched to stop it. Lin Moyu surrounded but did not kill 2.4, and continued to look for the next extraterritorial god, which must be a god with a pair of wings. Lin Moyu has already formulated a plan in his mind. As long as this plan can be implemented, it won't take much time to deal with the extraterritorial gods here. Outside the vortex at the center of the sea boundary, the 3 ancestors, the Demon King, and the King of the Sea Boundary arrived in the sky at the same time. The formation spirit appeared in the vortex, looking ferocious and baring its teeth at the 3 people. The King of the Sea Realm asked curiously, "The formation spirit is still there, so who went in?" The 3rd ancestor also didn't understand. Yes, the formation spirit was not destroyed. How did he get in? The Demon King was also confused. Why bother with so much? Let's go in and take a look. Suddenly, the central vortex exploded and instantly turned into a water tornado that blasted the 3 people back like a whip. A voice rang out, "Get out!"